Chapter 1104. Although Yiying didn't continue her studies at the provincial high school, she knew everything about Yiqian. For example, Hua University and Shi University were both waiting for her to agree, but in the end, she rejected them. She even said that her first choice wasn't Hua University or Shi University, but other schools. What a joke! Hua University and Shi University were the best schools in the country. Who knew how many people dreamed of going to those schools? She gave them up just like that? How was that possible? Only those idiots in the provincial high school who had been deceived by her would believe her. She even rejected the direct enrollment of the best schools in the country and said that her first choice wasn't here. What, did she want to study abroad? Why didn't she take a look at herself first? Although she didn't continue her studies at the provincial high school, her competitive spirit was still there. Every time Yiying heard about how Yiqian did in the provincial high school, she would work even harder in the car. She was determined to compete with Yiqian. Unfortunately, from the second year to the third year, she had never won against Yiqian. Whether it was the big exams or the small exams, when she heard about Yiqian's scores, Yiying, who was originally happy that she could enter the top 10 of the grade, was furious again. It seemed that no matter how hard she worked in her studies, she would never be able to surpass Yiqian. The car drove steadily. There were piles of snow on the side of the road that hadn't melted yet. The gray and white had long lost the white of snow. At 7:00 in the morning, the third-year students from the provincial high school rushed to school to start their last sprint. Everyone's expression was tense. They were all worried about their future. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get into school, afraid that they wouldn't be able to get into Zhongshan, afraid that their results wouldn't be satisfactory. These students were worried about this and that, but the third-year students from the provincial high school were different. Everyone's face was full of smiles. When they met at the school gate, they said loudly, "Happy New Year, may you be rich. Give me the red packets." Damn, there are no red packets this year. I'll take them all. You even threatened me that if I don't get into university, I won't get any red packets. You're so pitiful. I took the red packets and played games during the day. I played crazily during the day and studied at night. Playing and studying at the same time. When the students from the other classes heard this, they didn't feel good. They were all students, why was there such a difference? They had to wake up early to do homework during the 10 days of the winter break, but the first-year students still had time to play. Is Yiqian here yet? The few of us haven't solved a problem yet, so we'll let her see how to solve it. After a few words, the topic shifted to Yiqian. Under the envious gazes of the other classes, the students of Class 1 quickly walked towards the school building together. The new year brought a new atmosphere. Old classmates greeted each other with a Happy New Year when they met. Then, they took out the exam papers they had done during the winter break and started marking each other. In the second year of high school, the students of Class 1 of grade 12 in the province developed the habit of marking each other's papers. The person who proposed this method was the class monitor, Lu Xian. The students of grade 12 Class 1 had the ability to mark each other's papers. Everyone's results were outstanding. Every parent knew that the reason why their children could improve so much was because of the good learning atmosphere in the class. Some parents knew that the 5 roommates of Yiqian who had been in the same dormitory as him were all in the top 20 and top 30 of the grade. Some parents even privately suggested to Teacher Tong that their children should go to the dormitory where Yiqian had slept. They said that the dormitory had good feng shui and that there was Wen Chu Xing in charge. The students didn't know about this. When Teacher Tong found out, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She explained with a smile, "Then you're wrong. Yiqian himself is in charge of our class. What are you worried about?" Chapter 1105. Although she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, she could tell that every parent had high expectations for their child. Yiqian arrived at the classroom at 7:10 a.m. as usual. Then, like every morning last year, she was always surrounded by the most students. A happy day began with a lecture and ended with a lecture. This was the last semester of the third year of high school. When she opened her eyes, she studied until she crawled into bed to sleep. Looking at the date of the college entrance exam on the blackboard, although the students' grades were good, they were still nervous about preparing for the exam. They didn't relax at all. Everyone gave it their all to get into a good school. Uncle Jen watched Yi Qian wake up early in the morning and train until 11 p.m. every night. Although his heart ached, he never said that he wanted to stop Yi Qian's training. The old man believed that only by enduring hardship could one rise above others. Little Jian has been able to endure hardships since she was a child. Her mother left her in the village for the old woman of the Yi family to take care of her for the first year. The little girl was not shy with strangers. When she was hungry, she knew to look for food by herself. When the old woman hit her, she still knew to hug the legs of the villagers. Actually, Uncle Jen didn't know what kind of life Yi Jian lived before she was 3 years old. He only heard about it from the villagers. While he was talking, this old man who had been through many wars couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes. He knew very well that Yi Qian had suffered before she was 14. He even watched her suffer. Back then, he mentioned that he wanted to bring her back and raise her. Everyone in the village and town was present. In the end, the one who changed his mind was Yi Qian. He spent a lot of effort on this matter and got this result. When he saw that she didn't have any ability to stand on her own 2 feet, he gradually gave up and didn't mention it again. Fortunately, in the end, this little girl finally stood up. She was no longer a coward who couldn't resist. Step by step, she finally became a good girl. I have to go back to the village tomorrow. I'm worried about Yi Jifan. Looking at Yi Qian standing on a row of steel needles with a steel ball in his hands, Uncle Jen whispered to Principal Chen, I have to go back to the village to take charge. Principal Chen said, if Yi Jifan really wants to join forces with Sun Yaozu, you won't be able to do anything even if you stay in the village. Besides, Sun Yaozu is such a person. I'm really worried that he might do something worse than a beast when the time comes. What he meant was that he was afraid that if he called people over, they would secretly harm Uncle Jen. If I'm going to be harmed, it depends on how capable the person behind Sun Yaozu is to protect him. Uncle Jen harumphed as a murderous aura appeared between his eyebrows. Now that you mention it, I really want to see it. Daring to harm a first-rank sergeant major, he wanted to see if he really had the guts to do so. Principal Chen smiled bitterly. Who knows? Sun Yaozu is now rich and has someone behind him. If he really does something worse than a beast, he can just find a few scapegoats to take the blame and he will be fine. Who can say for sure? You can't guess it, and neither can I. We can only be careful. Besides, Miss Jian is happy that you're staying here. Listen to my advice. Stay here and wait for Miss Jian to finish her college entrance exam. After the cutoff score is out, you can accompany her to the military academy. Miss Jian and I are really worried about returning to the village. Chapter 1106. Yi Qian didn't want Uncle Jen to go back to the village. She wiped the sweat off her forehead after training and objected, it's true that living here isn't as comfortable as living in the village. There's no one to chat with you, but you've only been here for 2 days. How can you go back so soon? I won't object if you want to go back, but you have to rest well first. It takes 18 hours to travel from our village to the provincial capital. How can you take it if you haven't rested well? I even heard you coughing in the wee hours of the morning. For years had passed, and Uncle Jen had aged a lot. He was like an old pine tree. Although his back was still straight, it was showing signs of withering. Yi Qian looked at the old man who had changed her life. Tears welled up in her eyes. Girl, you're speaking with such authority now. Even the look in your eyes is imposing. Grandpa Jen coughed softly, like a broken blower that had lost its power. Grandpa is getting old. It's not comfortable living outside. I miss home. When one was old, they would want to return to their roots. No matter how comfortable living outside was, it was not as comfortable as living at home. Uncle Jen's uneven coughs came from the living room. Even his back was bent a little. Yi Qian looked at the old man's thin body in his cotton jacket. Suddenly, her heart thumped heavily. Then, an uncontrollable wave of panic washed over her like a tidal wave. She almost couldn't stand still. Panicking, she grabbed Uncle Jen's skinny hand and said softly, "If you really want to go back, I'll go with you. Is that okay?" The third year of high school started a week early to make up for the missed classes. She could ask the teacher for leave and come back when the classes officially started. "Girl Jen." Uncle Jen suppressed the itch in his throat and said sternly, "School is school. You have to attend classes properly. How can you do whatever you want? The school has its rules, and the class has its rules. As a reservist who is valued by the military, how can you ignore the rules and discipline?" Looking at the elder who had always been strict in front of her in terms of rules, Yi Jian, who was so flustered that her eyes turned red, couldn't say anything. Her lips moved, and she couldn't say anything that was difficult to say. In her previous life, when Yi Qian returned to the village after school, she only found out that Uncle Jen had passed away a few years ago. As for how many years it had been, she did not ask. She secretly returned to the village to see Yi Ying's glory, then saw her own downfall, and then quietly left the village. That year, he was 21 years old. Now, she was 18 years old. It took him less than 3 years to reach the age of 21. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. She regretted not going back to spend more time with this elder who had changed her life. She regretted not thinking in this direction. If she could start over in this life, did that mean that Uncle Jen did not have to follow the same path as he did in his previous life? Would he be able to live a long life? Yi Qian thought to herself, but when she saw Uncle Jen's skinny hands holding the gun, she panicked to the point that her heartbeat became irregular. She panicked to the point that all she wanted to do was to keep this elder here. The college entrance exam is only a few days away. Girl Jian, you can't let your guard down, okay? If you want to spend time with Grandpa, you have to wait until the exam is over. By then, Grandpa will be waiting for you to come back with firecrackers. Uncle Jen could see that Yi Qian was afraid, but he didn't know what she was afraid of. He thought that she was afraid of him leaving. Chapter 1107. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Then he smiled kindly and said, "Grandpa also raised dozens of chickens and ducks at home, waiting for you to go back after the college entrance exam so that they can nourish your body. Girls should still take care of their bodies. Train hard normally, but when you're free, you should cultivate your body and make up for what you've lost in the past. This is the only long-term plan." Uncle Jen was indeed worried. If he could convince Principal Chen, he could also convince Yi Qian. But because Yi Qian had a knot in her heart, she took a day longer than Principal Chen to convince her. When Yi Qian went to school the next day, Uncle Jen said to Principal Chen, "I don't know who this girl's temper is like. Even her mother wasn't as stubborn as her when she was young. I said that I would be leaving today, but it seems like I'll have to stay for another day. Uncle, you should rest for another day." Principal Chen was convinced last night, but it didn't mean that he would accept it immediately. Right now, he was thinking the same thing as Yi Qian. He wanted to stay for another day. No matter what, Uncle Jen still went back. Yi Qian didn't send him to school. She wanted to send him, but Uncle Jen insisted on it. Yi Jian, who usually arrived at school at 7:00 in the morning, made an exception today. She didn't leave until 7:30. Looking at Uncle Jen, who was standing at the door and waving at her, Yi Jian still felt uneasy even though the whole night had passed. "Study hard, girl." Uncle Jen gestured for Yi Qian to go to school quickly. Although the old man's eyes were cloudy, they were still filled with wisdom. He smiled gently, kind and benevolent. The sun was out, and Yi Jian, who was sitting by the window, was bathed in the warm winter sun. She was reading the review materials while writing notes in her notebook. The faint golden sunlight shrouded her, giving her a sense of peace and serenity that came from being isolated from the rest of the world. "Yi Qian, help me take a look at this question." A classmate came over with a math test paper and humbly asked her for guidance. "I found something wrong with the fourth step and couldn't analyze it any further. But I think the formula is correct." A student interrupted Yi Qian's train of thought. She did not raise her head as she held a pencil and corrected the mistakes on the test paper. The formula is correct, but you didn't draw the auxiliary lines correctly. At 11 o'clock, the train set off. Yi Qian looked at the time and pursed her lips slightly. She wanted to go back to the village to take a look. She hadn't been back for a few years, so she should go back to the village to take a look. Yi Qian was good at hiding her worries. Even after Uncle Jen went back, she didn't show any of her worries on her face. She came to school alone and went to the special training camp alone. Even Xianxia, who was very close to her, would only occasionally notice that her childhood friend was in a daze. At this time, Yi Qian hid her worries to the extent that even Xianxia, who was very close to her, couldn't see through her. She was calculating the time. It would take 18 to 19 hours to get back to the town from the provincial capital. She also calculated that she would call home at around 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yi Qian didn't feel relieved until she heard Uncle Jen's energetic voice on the phone. Maybe she was thinking too much. She could live another life. Maybe Grandpa Jen could also live a long life because of her appearance. Yi Jian, who had hung up the phone with a smile, did not know that old Madame Yi had arrived just in time. She was sitting in the main hall of the hall. Her kind face revealed a hint of harshness. She put on a fake smile and said to Uncle Jen, "Brother, you have to give me an answer today. Little Jian is my eldest son's daughter. How can you transfer her household registration out of the family?" Chapter 1108. If Zhifan didn't come back and tell me about this, I wouldn't even know that you've done something so despicable. Yi Zhifan said helplessly, "Uncle, last night when I got home and got drunk, we talked about Yi Qian's household registration. My mother got mad at me and scolded me for not taking care of my niece and letting her wander outside. You know my mother's personality. When I woke up and realized that I had said something wrong, I couldn't appease her no matter how much I apologized. So I brought her to you. How do you think we should deal with this?" Old Madame Yi slapped the table and said angrily, "What do you mean by how we should deal with this? Yi Qian is my granddaughter. She's the blood of the Yi family. How can we let her go outside? Just transfer her household registration under my name. No one can touch the glory of the Yi family's blood." That brat really had some tricks up her sleeves. She had forced Sun Dongqing, a shrew, into a corner and forced Yi Zhifan to agree to transfer her household registration. She wanted to escape from the Yi family? No way. Faced with old Madame Ye's arrogance, Uncle Jen smoked his pipe and said slowly, "That brat's surname is Yi. The blood of the Yi family runs in her body. No one can change that. As for where her household registration will be, it's not up to me to decide. An 18-year-old child can open a separate household registration." An 18-year-old was considered an adult and had the ability to conduct civil affairs. They were fully capable of civil affairs. Just as Uncle Jen said, even if Yi Qian had a separate household registration, it would still be legal. I don't care if she's 18 or 28. I only know that she's my granddaughter. Zhifan, since you've told Uncle Jen about this, you should do it well. I'll feel uneasy as long as my child doesn't come home. Old Madame Yi had lived a respectable life for more than 10 years. She was a woman of her word. She didn't think there was anything wrong with making the decision. Since she said it, the people around her had to listen. It was the same in the company and at home. She didn't believe that a man of several decades couldn't take care of a young girl. Although she had reached an agreement with Yi Zhifan, it didn't matter if she showed some sincerity first. Only visible sincerity would allow the cooperation to continue for a long time. Only by tasting the sweetness would he know his family's attitude. As Yi Zhifan watched, he sneered in his heart. At the end of the day, all she did was show up. She was still the one who had to do the actual work. She then sighed and said, "Mother, I think what Uncle said makes sense. No matter where Yi Qian's household registration is now, she will always have the surname Yi. No matter where she goes, she will still be Big Brother's daughter. I think it's better if you don't take it to heart, so as not to hurt the harmony between neighbors." What did he mean by that? Was she trying to undermine him? Old Madame Yi, who was infuriated, sneered. What an ingrate. Everything was fine last night, but he changed his mind today. I haven't even blamed you for raising a good granddaughter of mine outside, but you're helping an outsider to anger me. Old Madame Yi was furious. She had wanted to quickly get Yi Qian's household registration out and then tamper with it a little. Now that she had finally made a move, it was going to cause more trouble. How could Uncle Jen not understand when he heard this? They wanted to work together to restrain Yi Qian, but in the end, there were still benefits to be discussed. He didn't even make a move and started fighting among himself. Fight, fight, fight. The fiercer they fight, the less it will affect Jian Yiling. Chapter 1109. You two don't have to argue in front of me. You don't have to worry about Miss Jian's household registration. As for the Yi family, you don't have to worry about anyone taking advantage of Miss Jian. I'm an 80-year-old old man, and I don't have much time left. I can't take advantage of her. Old Man Jen said coldly as he placed the copper pipe back on the table. His old but dignified face revealed a hint of coldness. Yi Jifan and old Madame Yi didn't dare to speak loudly again. In Shuka village, Uncle Jen had always been respected. Miss Jian was about to take the college entrance exam, and they still wanted to do something. They had to see if they had the ability to do so. Although Yi Jifan was a provincial official, he didn't have much of an aura in front of Uncle General. He didn't have the guts to confront a first-grade sergeant major who didn't even need to salute the chief. He quickly apologized. Uncle, don't be angry. It's my fault for saying something I shouldn't have. Yi Qian's surname is still Yi. My mother is old and conservative. Plus, she was worried about her own granddaughter, so she was rude. Please don't take offense. Good fellow, not only did he clear his name, but he also successfully pushed all the blame to old Madame Yi. It seemed like Yi Jifan was used to pushing the blame to others. That was why he was so skilled at it. Second brother, it seems like you want your sister-in-law and brother to die with grievances. You received benefits from your sister-in-law and promised me to take good care of Yi Qian. You didn't want to take responsibility after receiving benefits. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You've disappointed me, really disappointed me. Old Madame Ye's reaction wasn't bad either. She brought up Yi Qian's mother. She saw Yi Jifan's vexed face and sneered. So what if he was a provincial official? Didn't he start off by taking advantage of others? She then stood up and said to Uncle Jen, Brother, Yi Qian doesn't even acknowledge me as her grandmother. She needs to be disciplined. If I don't raise her by my side, I can't explain it to boss. This matter can't be messed up. Since she didn't manage to reach an agreement with Yi Jifan, she had to continue talking. She couldn't do what she wanted to do without room for negotiation. She had to stop here first and bring it up again. Old Madame Yi didn't want to strain her relationship with Yi Jifan. Therefore, she left a sentence that said, she will come again in the future, so that there would be room for discussion with Yi Jifan. Yi. Little Miss Jian has a wide road ahead of her. You'd better stop the dirty thoughts in your heart. Otherwise, if little Miss Jian really remembers you, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yi Jifan's face stiffened at the mention of old Madame Yi. Fortunately, he was able to maintain his composure. He sighed and said, Uncle, you have a deep prejudice against me. I'll explain it to you next time. I won't disturb your peace today. Goodbye. He didn't stay any longer and hurriedly walked out. Uncle Jen said to Principal Chen, who had just walked out of the room, See, Dongfeng. I also want little Miss Jian to come back. But she really can't come back now. If she comes back, she'll be pestered by the Yi family. They still want to take little Miss Jian's household registration. They're despicable. They want to use this to suppress little Miss Jian and prevent her from becoming outstanding. Chapter 1110. There had to be a reason why she didn't want Yi Qian to succeed. Grandma wasn't like grandma, and uncle wasn't like uncle. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Principal Chen pondered for a while before asking, Uncle, why do I feel like that old lady's relationship with Yi Jifan isn't good? There's something strange about it. Also, Yi Zhifan wants to suppress Yi Qian because of his daughter. I can understand it as jealousy. But I can't understand old lady Ye's behavior. If my analysis is correct, she came here because of Yi Zhifan's request. She's trying to use her status as his elder to move Yi Qian's household registration back. Yi Qian is her granddaughter. Shouldn't she be happy that her grandson is successful? Why would she want to ruin her granddaughter's future? Others might not be able to see through the problem, but Headmaster Chen could see the problem from the two verbal conflicts. The Yi family's situation isn't that complicated. It'll take a few more hours to explain. Uncle Jen sighed softly and told Principal Chen everything that Yi Qian didn't know. It's good that you know some things. I'm afraid that when I pass away, no one will tell her those things. He had just started, but the information revealed in his words already made Principal Chen surprised. No one will tell Yi Qian those things? What are they? Yi Qian's house was at the end of the village. There was a mountain at the back and a stream at the front. There weren't as many villagers coming and going as there were in the village. The two oiled doors of the main hall were wide open. There was no need to worry about people eavesdropping. Uncle Jen spoke very slowly, and every word he said shocked Headmaster Chen. In the end, Headmaster Chen could only say two words: no wonder, no wonder, no wonder. No wonder they were not mother and son. They were adopted. If that was the case, it was normal for their relationship to be strained. No wonder Yi Qian didn't look like old lady Yi. So that's why. Principal Chen was extremely shocked, and had not yet calmed down. He asked again, why didn't old uncle let Yi Qian know about this? There's no harm in telling her about it. You don't have to tell Jian Yiling about these things for the time being. You can only tell her when the Yi family continues to cause trouble. Uncle Jen shook his head. He didn't plan to tell Yi Qian in the near future. It's okay to tell her, but we have to at least wait until her future is stable. Look, there are so many twists and turns in high school. We can't let other things distract her. Now, it would be difficult for the Yi clan to touch Jian Yiling. Why don't we let the Yi family make a big fuss and see if the person behind the jade pendant has any reaction? Principal Chen suddenly understood. You still want to lure out the person behind the jade pendant, right? That's right. The trouble caused by the Yi family doesn't have much impact on the Jian girl. They want to move their household registration out, but it's not something that a provincial cadre like Yi Zhifan can solve. Once Miss Jian was accepted into the military academy, her household registration would be cancelled. What else could they do? They can't do anything. At this time, it was all thanks to Major Xia's preparations. If he had dealt with it now, it would have been difficult for Jian Yiling to apply for the military academy. Thinking about it carefully, other than the Yi family having designs on Jian Yiling's household registration, there was really no other loophole that they could exploit. No, they couldn't exploit the loophole in her household registration either. Chen Xiao thought about it carefully and laughed. The Yi family can't control Jian Yiling. No matter how much Yi Zhifan wants to stand up for his daughter, there's nothing he can do. It's more important to find the person behind the jade pendant. At least we can find out if martyr Sun Xueqing really sacrificed herself because of the jade pendant. Chapter 11:11. She spoke in a low voice, and from time to time, she could hear the howling of the black cat locked in the room. The farmhouse with blue tiles and white walls surrounded by mountains was extremely quiet. Behind the house, there were clouds and mist in the depths of the mountains. In front of the house, the peach trees were already covered with tender leaves, waiting for a spring breeze to blow by. After chasing out of the peach trees, Yi Zhifan finally saw the old lady walking to the ridge of the fields. Stepping on the wet road, Yi Zhifan stopped chasing after her. He slowed down and walked step by step leisurely, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. A newly built, exceptionally stylish bungalow was located right in the middle of the village. Madame Yi, who was full of anger, entered the new, stylish bungalow that was built on the foundation of the Yi family's old mansion. She wanted to wait for Yi Zhifan to take the initiative to apologize to her, but she didn't see him for a few hours. Only when the famous gossip woman in the village, Aunt Xiao, came did she know that Yi Zhifan had left. He actually left. He didn't even say goodbye. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Do they still have me in their eyes? After Aunt Xiao left, old Madame Yi flew into a rage alone at home. Now, only she and old man Yi were at home. No matter how fierce the argument was, no one would come out to persuade her. Sun Yaozu took Yi Zhixiang and her 2 sons to attend a class reunion and would only be back at night. Old Madame Yi, who had no one to persuade her, immediately called Yi Zhifan after losing her temper. Yi Zhifan, who was rushing to the city, looked at the phone number and sneered. He slowly picked up the phone. Mom, what's the matter? What do you want? Didn't we agree that I would get Miss Jian's household registration back for you, and you would help your brother-in-law win the bid for the city construction project? What, we just agreed last night, and you forgot today? After venting her anger, old Madame Yi could finally speak calmly. Her tone was much calmer. Your brother-in-law has money, and you have power. As long as we cooperate well, you can take root in the southern province, and no one can do anything to you. Why would you reject a win-win cooperation? Yi Zhifan didn't take the bus back. He took the shabby minibus from the town to the city. Amidst the shaking, he smiled faintly and said, What I want to do is not something you can just talk about. Anyone can talk about it. I can talk about it too. What I want is for someone to do it for me, to do what I want to do. Old Madame Yi said coldly, Why don't you just find someone else to do it after I've told you everything? What? Don't tell me that a provincial cadre like you can't even solve a household registration problem? Mom, if things were really that simple, would I still need to cooperate with Sun Yaozu in this way? There are still 3 months before the college entrance examination. I hope to settle the household registration before the college entrance examination. Mom, the household register depends on you. Yi Zhifan smiled and hung up the phone directly without worrying about old Madame Ye's anger. Cooperate with Sun Yaozu? Chi. Working with a fugitive? Unless he was sick. He just wanted to see if there was someone behind him. There was definitely someone behind Yi Qian. He had been secretly investigating for the past few years, and even sent people to keep an eye on him at school. However, there was no news. There was news from the underworld that a girl named Yi Qian had a good relationship with Master Ho San, the boss of the Southern Province Road. It was also said that Master Ho San had dealt with a few hooligans for her. He also investigated after the incident, but found nothing. How could a student and a boss of the underworld have a good relationship with each other? Chapter 11-12. She didn't know who was behind Yi Qian. She didn't know if the person behind Sun Yaozu was the same as her. She didn't know anything. Since she didn't know anything, she had to investigate. She had been investigating for so long without any progress, so she had to find another way to investigate. Just as Uncle Jen said, Yi Zhifan, who had been promoted so quickly because of the jade pendant, felt uneasy. He always felt that the person behind him could push him up and throw him down. He couldn't help but wonder if the person behind him was a high-ranking official in the capital. Old Madame Yi was so angry that she almost smashed the microphone. However, she couldn't do anything about Yi Zhifan. After all, her family needed his help. I hear you throwing a tantrum every day. Can't you have some peace and quiet? Old man Yi, who was sitting outside, had his hands behind his back. He bent over and entered the room. His old voice was dry as he gasped for breath. When you brought him home, you should have known that he wasn't your biological son and that he wouldn't grow up well. Old Madame Yi, who didn't have to worry about not having a son, gritted her teeth and said hatefully, If you hadn't urged me, I wouldn't have had to bring back an ungrateful brat. Then do you think this son has grown up well? Old man Yi replied indifferently. Then, he put his hands behind his back and left with a carefree look on his face. He couldn't make the decision for his family. If he continued to talk about it, he would only embarrass himself. Old Madame Yi, who had been angry for a few times, felt her heart clench in pain. She was angry, but she didn't lose her mind. Since Yi Zhifan was determined to transfer Yi Qian's household register back, for the sake of their future cooperation, this matter had to be done properly. When her daughter and son-in-law came back, she had to make a trip to the provincial capital. She had to personally go to the provincial capital to look for Yi Qian. She wanted to see if he dared to be unfilial to his elders in front of the school's leaders. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the school, didn't expect old Madame Yi to personally look for him. The next day, during the Lantern Festival, he happily called back to the village to talk to Uncle Jen and Principal Chen. Someone from the army also came. A basic officer brought 2 soldiers to deliver glutinous rice balls and medicinal wine to rub the legs. There was also a military doctor accompanying them. Yi Qian's call was very coincidental. The officer had just finished examining Principal Chen's body. Yi Qian felt relieved when he saw soldiers from the troops stationed at Fujian town coming over. They come to visit me every half a month. They help me clean up and tidy up my room. Occasionally, I go to the army to guide them. When I'm old, sometimes I don't feel like moving. Just sitting quietly at home feels good. Looking at the busy figure in military green, Uncle Jen laughed and said to Yi Qian, "When the time comes, I'll hand over this house and the secret passage that leads to the army to your Uncle Chen." The huge cave behind the mountain that led to the army was dug during the anti-Japanese war. Later on, the garrison troops kept expanding the cave until it reached its current size. If Yi Qian's mother was right, she would be the one guarding the connection between the army and the village. Yi Qian smiled happily and said, "You also have to see if Uncle Chen is willing. If Uncle Chen is willing to sit with you in the village when the time comes, that would be great." He conveyed her words to Principal Chen. After a while, he laughed and said, "Little Jian, Shuka village is such a good place. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still want to live there. In about 100 days, I'll go back to the village to accompany my old uncle. I'll also go to the army once in a while. That's enough for me." Chapter 11-13. Principal Chen, who was in his 50s, had been through the same war and had a lot to talk about with Uncle General. If the 2 elders could live in the same place, Yi Qian would be relieved. Regarding this, Uncle Jen agreed wholeheartedly. The soldiers who came to visit Uncle Jen never showed up in front of the villagers. The villagers were used to Uncle Jen celebrating the Lantern Festival alone. On the Lantern Festival, Uncle Jen, Headmaster Chen, and several officials in the army celebrated a lively festival. Principal Chen left Shuku village before dawn on the 16th day of the first lunar month. Uncle Jen, who was sending him off, reminded him, "Remember, don't tell anyone that Yi Qian's wife is back. I have Hei Jie with me, and normal people don't dare to break into our house." Before dawn, Uncle Jen, who had sent Headmaster Chen out of the village, was smoking a pipe and laughing. "I live in peace and quiet by myself. I have Hei Jie with me, and normal people don't dare to break into our house." Hei Jie, the Tibetan mastiff that put its forelimbs on Yi Qian's shoulder when they first met, was now an adult. It was even more majestic now, and people in the village didn't dare to get close to it. Sun Yaozu and old Madame Yi didn't know that Uncle Jen had a Tibetan mastiff by his side. When they found out later, they were so scared that cold sweat broke out on their backs. The mountain village was obviously much colder than the provincial capital. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Principal Chen didn't want Uncle Jen to send him off anymore. "Uncle, you don't have to send me off. Yesterday, the military doctor told you to keep your legs warm. When Miss Jian is admitted to school, I will come back to the village to accompany you." Principal Chen, who was all alone, had a similar life as Uncle General. He had no parents, no siblings, and no daughter of his own. The 2 elders had poured their life's efforts into Yi Qian. Now that Yi Qian needed to go on a long journey, they were relieved to let their young eagle fly and enjoy their old age. "I will wait for you to come back. When you come back, we can go for a walk in the mountains and the fields. We can also wait for Miss Jian's call." Principal Chen laughed heartily. "Soon. It's March 2nd now. There are still 100 days before Miss Jian's college entrance examination. I'll invite you to go fishing then." It was early spring and everything was still waiting to wake up. Principal Chen brought the dry goods from the village back to the provincial capital. Yi Qian had been waiting for Principal Chen to return. When he learned that Uncle Jen was in good health, the smile on his jade-like face was as clear and bright as the gurgling water in a mountain stream. "Uncle Chen, can I go back to the village on May 1st? I want to go back and take a look. I haven't been back for a few years. I miss home." Even if she wanted to go back, she couldn't make the decision on her own. Now that she had entered the special skills training, there was a training schedule every day that couldn't be interrupted. If she really wanted to go back, she had to prepare. If it was in the past, Principal Chen would definitely agree, but with Uncle Jen's order, he couldn't. He smiled and said, "You're making it difficult for me. Before I came back, I had to persuade you to prepare for the college entrance examination and not worry about him. If you really want to go back, you can only wait until the college entrance examination is over and bring the college entrance examination score back to see him. Uncle is in good health. You know He Jie, right? That guy is fierce and intelligent. With him guarding Uncle Jen can rest assured." That was true. Haiga was indeed the best guard. Yi Qian didn't mention returning to Shuka village anymore. However, he would call back every 3 days to ask about Uncle General. Uncle Jen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On May 1st, there were 7 days of holiday. Yi Qian carried his luggage and went through a week of escape from death training. Chapter 11:14. The reason Yi Qian was called escape by the skin of death training. The difference between this training and the previous 15 days of outdoor survival training was that there was no water or dry food. Yi Qian would be placed in a ravine and her food supply would be completely cut off. She would have to figure out a way to survive. This week, Yi Qian would probably have to eat a lot of things. For example, she would have to eat vegetarian food such as roots and tree bark. For meat, she would have to eat rats and birds. No fire, no cooked food, no water, no raw meat, and no raw food for a week. This type of training was called escape by the skin of death training. Not only did Yi Qian have to survive being cut off from food, but she also had to submit a detailed military map. At the same time, she had to use sand, mud, and other materials to recreate the ravines she had walked through based on her memory. You must not lose the GPS tracker. Your phone has 3 batteries. Keep it well. Before entering the ravine, Principal Chen only gave a few words of advice before letting Yi Qian enter the mountains alone to begin the week-long escape by the skin of death training. Yi Qian finished checking the necessary supplies and confirmed that there were no omissions. Once again, she embarked on the training alone. With the 15 days of survival training during the winter break, Yi Qian appeared to be more experienced this time. She did not immediately rush to travel. Instead, she climbed up a tree to observe the terrain and then decided on a route based on the terrain. The weather in May was just right. Green mountains and beautiful rivers filled the eyes. Just looking at the scenery made one feel comfortable. The mountain breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, making one's heart feel even brighter and brighter. Sitting on a tree branch, Yi Qian held a pen in her hand and quickly drew the direction of the entire ravine on a map. Which side was higher, which side was shallower, which side was thicker, which side was thinner, and which side was thinner. She used simple diagrams to draw out all the landmarks. After that, Yi Qian packed up her things and came down from the tree. She moved. Looks like she was observing just now. As the red dot on the computer monitor began to flash forward, the data was directly sent to the military headquarters. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in front of the computer, pointed at the moving red dot and said to the Major General with a smile, "She must have been drawing just now. Drawing before moving, observing before moving. This is in line with her combat style." The Major General, who had stayed up all night, drank 2 sips of strong tea to refresh himself. He glanced at the flashing red dot that showed an irregular oval wavy line and asked with interest, "It seems like you know Yi Qian quite well. You also have a high opinion of her. Do you really plan to recruit her into the unit?" "Major General, don't tell me you don't believe in your own eyes." Xia Jinyuan drank the bitter coffee that had already turned cold. He had also stayed up all night, but his elegant and handsome face showed no signs of tiredness. He smiled and said, "If you don't believe in your own judgment, then I have nothing to say." In the face of a subordinate who could make others choke with anger every time they talked, the Major General said unhappily, "Do you still want to talk about it? Do you want to go from Major to Lieutenant Colonel for another 4 years? As long as it's the military's arrangement, I have no objections at all. Come, Chief. Why don't we talk about Yi Qian first? Her matter is important. My matter is obvious. The military will know whether to mention it or not. It's not up to you to decide." Major Xia never cared about useless threats. Right now, Little Fox's future was the most important thing. The Major General knew what kind of personality he had. The more you went against him, the more he would go against you. Hearing this, he restrained his expression and said sternly, "The military hasn't made a decision on whether to put her in the position of Phoenix King. We still need to further investigate. Even you were investigated for 3 years before the military agreed. It's the same for Yi Qian. 3 years of military academy life will be carried out according to the Special Forces training plan. Whether or not she can sit in the position of Q King, Yi Qian will have to prove it with her own strength." Chapter 11:15. Xia Jinyuan naturally hoped that Yi Qian would be able to complete all the training the military gave her. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Major General, you have to take care of female soldiers more. I've been in the military since I was a child and followed my father everywhere. I know a little about the Army's weapons, the Air Force's equipment, and the Navy's big guys. After entering the school, there's systematic training, so I can learn faster than other students. Yi Qian is different. She hasn't been exposed to the military's equipment and weapons. Since you intend to train her in our direction, you should at least open the door for her." Yi Qian couldn't miss out on any of the necessary training. However, Xia Jinyuan would also fight for some training or guidance in the military that Yi Qian might not be able to participate in. He hoped that she would know more and knew that she would be willing to learn more. Now that the Major General and the military were more and more satisfied with Yi Qian, he had to give some suggestions to prevent the military from only arranging for Yi Qian to train hard and leaving the technical training for last. Door for convenience? Yi Qian's ability is enough to create a path for herself. Why should I open the door for her? The Major General still didn't understand what Xia Jinyuan meant. He frowned and looked dignified without being angry. No one in your team has opened the door for convenience and climbed up with their own abilities. I'm going to open the door for Yi Qian today. Soon, I'm afraid that she will be carried down from the battlefield by you guys." Xia Jinyuan didn't mention that the Major General had misunderstood his meaning. Instead, he went along with his words. In the blink of an eye, the smile on his handsome face instantly turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "You're right. If she doesn't train properly, not only will she lose her life, she will also drag her comrades down. A soldier with unlimited potential like Yi Qian needs to be trained properly. She might even be able to save the entire battle at a critical moment. Therefore, I suggest that after her college entrance exam results are released, we should arrange for technical training and special training to be carried out together. The Navy has a month of frogman training from July to August. Why don't you arrange for her to test the waters with the Navy commandos after the exam? Let Yi Qian have a go at sea rescue, naval assault, underwater training, and so on." Xia Jinyuan's expression was extremely serious, and there was a hint of sharpness in his expression. The Major General did not suspect that Xia Jinyuan had any personal motives at all. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "You're right. It just so happens that it's the Navy frogman training in the Southwest Sea. We can let Yi Qian go there a week in advance to warm up and let the person in charge of this training get to know him better. Only after we have a certain understanding of the situation can we decide whether to allow Yi Qian to complete the 1-month training with the Navy commandos. However, this kind of training is not as easy as training on land. If he really goes to the Navy, they will also conduct a comprehensive test on Yi Qian's condition. The Snowfield Brigade was different from other special forces. This was a comprehensive combat force. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade needed to know how to fly in the sky, run on land, and swim in the sea. In particular, they needed to be familiar with transport equipment and special equipment. Xia Jinyuan had complete confidence in Yi Qian's physical fitness and ability to accept the training. Since that was the case, he arranged all the training that she had to go through according to the military training so that she could enter the next round of training as soon as possible without any accidents. Holding her hand and walking together was not an empty promise. Xia Jinyuan had always kept it in mind and had never forgotten it. Chapter 11:16. He didn't have any objections to the Major General's words. After listening quietly, he added, "These are all essential training. I dragged it out until my second year in the military academy. Of course, I can't say that the military didn't arrange it well. The main reason was that I went to the Air Force Base to play for more than a month after the college entrance exam. Now that Yi Qian is in the middle of the Navy's frogman training, the military has high expectations for her. She can definitely go with the Navy to test the waters and learn a little. In the future, she will participate in the Special Forces training of the sea, land, and air forces every year. She still has 1 year to study in the 4 years of military school. There were still 4 years left. It was enough time for little Fox to become an outstanding Special Forces soldier. He would wait patiently for that day to come. The Major General took his words to heart. "You're right. We do need to bring up her training plan. The intensive training the military has arranged for her needs to be modified." He walked to the computer and saw the little red dot on the line moving forward. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the red dot. He asked Xia Jinyuan, "We only arranged a team of 7 people to ambush her during her survival training. Why don't we add more people? Give her a good test, and then submit her training report as a case to the Navy." "Major General, your arrangement is a bit sudden." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. It sounded like he disagreed, but there was a hint of interest in his handsome face. If one small team was not enough, they could arrange for another small team to go over. Then there would be 14 of them. Interesting. If the little Fox really made it out of the survival training where she had to fight against 14 people at once, then the assessment of whether or not she could enter Lord Shui would probably stop. And then she heard him say with a laugh, "If you really want to arrange it, you have to pick the right people. From the beginning of the training, Uncle Chen has been preparing ambushes. I have cooperated with her several times. Her reaction is very fast. Previously, she was ambushed under known circumstances, but this time, we arranged for her without any warning. Even old Chen didn't know about it. This kind of ambush is interesting. But..." The Major General paused when he thought of Soldier King's strength and said thoughtfully, "You reminded me that Yi Qian, who was trained by Soldier King, would not be weak in this aspect. Indeed, we have to be selective." Xia Jinyuan couldn't wait for the Major General to do more to get the Navy to agree to Yi Qian's frogman training this July. He picked up his landline and handed it to the Major General. "I have no objections to your arrangement. Of course, if you have any instructions, I'll listen to you immediately." What he meant was, "I can immediately bring my men over to ambush Yi Qian. Go, go, go. You'd better be obedient tomorrow. The military will officially take over Yi Qian's affairs. Don't get involved." The Major General took the phone in his hand and called Nan Province's provincial military. How strong one's strength was, could be seen through the tests again and again. This time, without any water or food, if Yi Qian could still escape her pursuer's search and ambush, then there was no need to prove her individual strength. Send another team of 7 people to Langshan Ravine in Mount Dalong to search for a female soldier. If they can't find her within 3 days, withdraw. The Major General gave the order to the provincial military in front of Xia Jinyuan. This was the military's first assessment of Yi Qian's individual strength. It was suddenly carried out without Principal Chen's knowledge. Moreover, the number of people increased from the original 7 to 14. In terms of numbers, Yi Qian was at a disadvantage. Chapter 11:17. In addition, the other party had brought their own rations, so there was no need for Yi Qian to find her own food. In terms of survival, Yi Qian was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, she had no idea that the military was involved in this escape from death training. She even sent people over. Yi Qian, who did not have much of a burden in her heart, walked for a day in the mountains that stretched for thousands of miles. After 10 hours of walking, she began to prepare for tonight's dinner. It was not yet summer, so the temperature in the mountains of Mount Dalong was still low. Yi Qian stood in the stream and prepared for tonight's dinner, eating stone crabs from the cracks in the rocks. On the first day of walking, she ate grass roots, which were very sweet and had good moisture. She also tried tree bark, which was bitter and dry. The fiber was so thick that it cut her throat. She had not eaten any rats or snakes yet. If she needed to replenish her salt and iron, she would have to eat them. Yi Qian did not think that this escape from death training with no food would be a problem. Just like survival in the wild, it was much easier than the previous 15 days. After eating about 10 stone crabs the size of beer caps, Yi Qian could not eat anymore. Before the sky turned dark, Yi Qian wiped away her traces and found a place to rest for the night. A nameless tree that grew out of the cracks in the rocks. She was the only one in the mountains. The wind blew, bringing with it the sound of leaves rustling. Yi Qian climbed up the tree nimbly, tied her backpack tightly, and rested her head on it to rest for the night. The wind was very strong, and the temperature dropped by around 10 at night. Several dark figures passed through the darkness and headed straight south. These were the soldiers sent by the provincial military. One team needed to chase after the female soldiers they were chasing, and the other team needed to go to the front to carry out an ambush. If they couldn't catch the female soldiers in training within 3 days, they would withdraw. They would be dismissed as a failure. It was a bit embarrassing that 14 people could not capture a single female soldier. However, it was said that the female soldiers they were chasing were different from ordinary female soldiers. During the pursuit, they could not treat them as ordinary female soldiers. They had to be more vigilant. Cut in from here. The two of you set up an ambush. Remember, you can only capture him alive. The sky was just beginning to brighten when a team of 7 arrived in front of Yi Qian. The team leader was the one who ordered them to take action. Wait until the target enters your line of sight. Don't rush into action. These female soldiers aren't simple. We have to be careful. Rest for 2 hours and take turns to be on guard. The leader of the team confirmed the deployment plan again and asked the soldiers to remember the checkpoint they were guarding. He waved his hand and told them to rest for 2 hours. Tomorrow, they would arrive at the mountainous area at 10 in the morning. After that, they would head into the mountains and march for 16 hours straight. Now, it was 3 in the morning, so they could sleep until 5 in the morning to replenish their energy. It was not very quiet in the mountains at night. The chirping of the insects did not stop for a moment, but it was not noisy. Instead, it was like a lullaby, and Yi Qian soon fell asleep. Even with the lullaby in her ears, she couldn't stay in a deep sleep. Without someone on guard, no matter how solid the environment was, her heart wouldn't be at ease. In addition, she had been eating raw food all day. After sleeping until 2 in the morning, Yi Qian woke up hungry. She had entered the period of hunger, and this would happen every day. Yi Qian woke up again at dawn. She scooped some cold water from the stream to clear her mind. Under the faint sunlight, Yi Qian looked at the compass, opened the map, and marked it with a pen. She murmured softly, "It's a bit of a detour to follow the stream from here. It's a bit steep to cut this way." Chapter 11:18. That won't do either. It's a waste of time even if it's steep. Even though it's a bit of a detour along the mountain stream, I can still make up for the time lost if I walk faster. After planning the next day's itinerary, Yi Qian began to draw a map of the terrain that he saw. As part of his training, he couldn't forget it. In order to replenish his protein and prevent his hunger from affecting his movements, Yi Qian caught a non-venomous snake that was an estrus and made it for his breakfast. The earthy taste filled his mouth. Raw meat tasted bad, but as long as it could replenish his protein and energy, and drive away his hunger, he could swallow it down after a few bites. As for parasites, they weren't even in his consideration. That was why he had so much time to think about these and other things. When it came to survival, there was only one thing that he had to think about: filling his stomach. Spring was warm and the flowers were blooming. From late April to early May, the snakes were in their estrus period. Early in the morning, Yi Qian saw the male and female snakes making clear and bright sounds that sounded like they were hitting rocks. When he looked up, he could see the snakes entwined together on the branches. When he looked down, he could also see them in the cracks of the rocks. Faced with these scalp-numbing snakes, Yi Qian's gaze swept over them and fell on the abnormally broken branches. The creases were very fresh, and there were still wet twigs that had condensed into milky white beads. Yi Qian broke the same branches and observed whether the twigs condensed into beads faster or slower. After 5 minutes, there was still no twigs. Yi Qian looked up to the south. Someone had passed by last night, and it looked like they were heading in the direction of the mountain stream that she had chosen. It was normal for people to pass by in the mountains. Some were secretly hunting, and some were villagers who went to the highest peak of Mount Dalong to dig for herbs. Anything was possible. However, the traces that they left behind would not be deliberately erased. If they walked past, they walked past. If they stepped on it, they stepped on it. There was no such thing as erasing the traces. Experienced poachers would usually erase the traces they left behind in order to cover their tracks. However, there weren't any rare animals in Mount Dalong. There were only small animals like pheasants and rabbits, so it wasn't worth it for people to risk their lives to hunt in the middle of the night. Villagers who didn't dig herbs, hunters who didn't hunt, after eliminating those who weren't dangerous, the only ones left were those who were dangerous. Yi Qian's gaze turned cold. He held the dagger in his hand and continued walking south along the stream. Is it possible that he didn't take this path? I didn't see any traces along the way. Firstly, I didn't bring any water. Secondly, I didn't bring any food. Even if you're looking for food, you should leave some traces. About 5 kilometers away from Yi Qian, a few soldiers in jungle camouflage passed through the mountains. They stepped on the green moss as they searched for the correct location. Reporting, Captain Xiao, we didn't find anything here. Captain Xiao, did she go in the wrong direction? Lost your way in the mountains? Team B arrived at one of Yi Qian's training destinations, but they did not find any traces of her in this area, so they were suspicious. Captain Xiao was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, there should be traces left behind by her. He turned to his comrades and said, "Go to the stream and search again." If the female soldier was lost, they definitely had to find her. However, he was afraid that the female soldier wasn't lost. It was them who couldn't find her. "Yes, sir." A few voices sounded in unison. They quickly spread out to search by the stream. After searching for about 10 minutes, Captain Xiao contacted the provincial military and reported their situation one by one. "Commander, we searched the place where she rested last night but didn't find any traces. Do you think it's possible that no one came here?" Chapter 11:19. For Captain Xiao and the others, the mission was a bit sudden. They were also training in the army when they were suddenly told that a female soldier was undergoing special training and needed their cooperation to complete the assessment of the female soldier. Now, the female soldier was nowhere to be seen, not even a trace of her. Where were they going to find her? What if the female soldier got lost? The instructor in charge of Team A and Team B heard this and said to the captain of Team B, "We confirmed that the female soldier has been moving in the direction given to you." The military leader said that this female soldier is not an ordinary female soldier. If you can't find her in 3 days, retreat. Moving in the direction given to them meant that they didn't find any traces left by the female soldier. All traces were erased by her. Captain Xiao, who was about 1.72 meters tall, had a cold expression on his face. After ending the call with the military, he immediately led the team to chase after the female soldier. After Yi Qian realized that there was a group of unidentified people in front of him, he became more careful. Although he walked carefully, he didn't slow down. Walking along the woods on both sides of the stream, Yi Qian's military boots stepped on the wet moss. With a cold gaze, he acted like a real warrior, embarking on his own journey. Yi Qian's diet was cut off. He relied on all kinds of raw food to maintain his life. He walked until about 11:00 in the afternoon and stopped. On the computer screen where he could see her location signal, the red light that represented her was still flashing and didn't move forward. Stop about 1 kilometer away from Team A. The person who spoke was an unfamiliar young face. His facial features were handsome, and the lines were sharp and angular, as if they were carved by a master. There was a chill that kept people away from him. This was a man who had a completely different temperament from Xia Jinyuan. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and he wore a white Navy summer uniform. He sat in the Navy commander's office and stared at the flashing red dot in the same place. He was as cold as a glacier by the sea. There was no extra expression on his face. The Navy commander stood beside him and stared at the red dot in the same place. He asked, "Did she find something up ahead, or is she just resting in the same place?" "I'm not sure." The man didn't speak much. His muscular arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his unintentional movements had the sexiness of a soldier. She started Special Forces training at the age of 14. There are very few girls like her. Are you saying that she has already noticed the abnormality? The Navy commander picked up the document sent by the Army and flipped to the last page. When he saw a line of training plans, the commander smiled and said, "This girl is indeed not simple. Jinyan, look here. She has trained by the sea." Jinyan, Li Jinyan, 26 years old, lieutenant commander, the captain of a certain naval commando team in the West Southern Sea, had been honored with first-class meritorious service many times and had even been honored with special-class meritorious service 3 times. Being exposed to the sun for so many years, he was not affected by the warmth of the sun. His entire face was as cold as a glacier, and he maintained the same expression all year round, no expression. He took the folder from the commander. His cold gaze fell on one of the items on Yi Qian's 4-year plan. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said flatly, "The records are vague. They can't be used for reference." "You, don't be so picky. Didn't you just say that you started Special Forces training at the age of 14? That's very little. The little girl shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have placed such importance on her." The Navy commander knew his beloved general's temper. Everything he did had to be perfect, not only for himself, but also for the soldiers in his hands. Chapter 11:20. From July to August, he would lead the Frogman training team. They would conduct devilish underwater training on 4 islands near the Southwest Sea archipelago. The military had suddenly arranged for a female soldier who was likely to enter the Army Special Forces. The Navy also needed to be prepared and understand. Li Jinyan's cold face didn't change at all in the face of his commander's kind reminder. He glanced at the screen and saw that the red dots suddenly began to move. He only glanced at it once before his eyes fell on the 2-inch photo. The photo was a blue background. The girl in the photo was indeed a young girl. Her facial features were not bad and her skin was white. If he didn't see the tenacity between her eyebrows in the photo, he would have thought that she was the daughter of some high-ranking officer. He didn't know why, but looking at the photo, he felt that she was a little familiar. "Commander, don't agree to the military immediately. Hold it down for half a month." Li Jinyan didn't stay any longer. He put the folder on the desk and stood up. His 1.8-meter height had an astonishing aura, and the entire office felt stifling because of him. He glanced at the red dots circling the line. It seemed that she wasn't resting in place. She really did find something abnormal 1 kilometer away. Her observation and reconnaissance skills seemed to be quite good. However, women had always been more sensitive than men in this aspect, so there was nothing to praise. The Navy commander nodded. "You will lead the team for this training. If you think that the military's arrangement is unreasonable, I will explain the situation to the military and refuse her participation." "No need. The fact that the military said so means that they have this plan. Hold it down for half a month." I just want to see if the military will persist because of her. Li Jinyan put on his white military cap and adjusted the brim. He added, the military is still persisting after half a month. This means that this female soldier does have some merit. If the military was still persisting after half a month, he didn't mind letting this female soldier experience some hardship. Training on the sea without touching the ground would take 4 years. If she wanted to join the frogman training immediately, she would have to see if she had the ability. The sun in the southwest sea was particularly bright. The entire beach shimmered with silver light. The southern province's Dalong Mountain was hot and humid during the day. After walking for 4 hours, Yi Qian resisted his thirst and quietly took a detour in the forest. There was someone in front of him, and it was very close to him. If he continued to walk in the same direction, he would bump into them head-on. As a special forces soldier who acted alone, he was most afraid of bumping into someone head-on. If he wanted to know who the other party was, what they were up to, and whether it was safe or not, he had to go around and observe. Sensing danger, Yi Qian arched his back like a cat as he passed through the forest that was so quiet that he could hear a pin drop. He quickly took a detour to seize a good vantage point so that he could see who was in front of him. She was 1 kilometer away from the ambush point, but when she made a detour, she appeared within the range of the scout's binoculars. However, she only appeared for a second, giving the scout no time to react. By the time he reacted, Yi Qian had already disappeared from his line of sight. He only saw the leaves rustling gently, but did not see anyone. Because the scout did not carry out a second round of reconnaissance, Yi Qian, who had unintentionally entered the scout's range, did not feel anything strange. Holding onto a tree branch with both hands, she leaped lightly and landed in a stone depression with its back to the sun. Chapter 11:21. It was normal for them not to discover the scout. Yi Qian was strong, and so was their army. This was also why Xia Jinyuan wanted her to train non-stop and add in actual combat training. Completing every training session successfully did not mean that you were already very strong and invincible, but that the deeper and more dangerous problems had yet to appear. The scouts of the Southern Province military region were well known throughout the military region for their strength. Although this scout missed the opportunity to see Yi Qian directly, he immediately put away his binoculars and jumped down from the tree when he saw the abnormal movement of the leaves. At 11:30 in the afternoon, the sun began to shine brightly. The soldiers of Team A, who were camouflaged in the leaves and behind the vines, quietly waited for the female soldier they needed to chase to appear. The scout ran to the camouflaged captain and said in a low voice, "Captain, the female soldier might have discovered our tracks. I saw the movement of leaves about 500 meters away from us, but I didn't see anyone." She didn't discover them the first time? The captain of Team A was a little surprised. Sometimes, the strength of the scouts in their team couldn't even take advantage of the military region, but this time, they only saw a shadow. "I didn't see anyone at all. By the time I discovered them, I only saw the abnormal movement of leaves. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't any wind just now, I might have thought that the movement was caused by the wind," the scout said truthfully. "We have to retreat, Captain. We can't stay here for long." They had to retreat. The pursuers had discovered them long ago. They were the ones who discovered the female soldier in advance. How could they be discovered by the female soldier? Signaler. Contact Team B and see where they are. After they gathered, the captain of Team A immediately asked the soldiers to contact Team B first. There were pursuers behind them, and there was an encirclement in front of them. With 14 men surrounding one female soldier, it was impossible for them to retreat within 3 days. Team B's situation was not much better than Team A's. After all, Yi Qian had been training for 4 years. Although she didn't have any military experience, she was naturally much stronger than the soldiers in the 2 teams who had only been in the army for 2 or 3 years. The soldiers sent by the provincial military were not bad, but Yi Qian was not bad either. It took Team B a long time to find 2 traces of her erasure. "She shouldn't be too far away from you. The female soldier we're chasing isn't an ordinary person. Old Ding, you have to be careful." "I've only found 2 traces of her," Captain Xiao said helplessly. He felt embarrassed to say it out loud. The instructor said that the female soldier we're chasing is a special forces soldier. Her training is 10 times harsher than ours. Old Ding, in terms of training, were way behind the others. The soldiers that were sent out were not field troops. Other than daily drills and regular field training, they did not undergo any cruel training like Yi Qian. Although they had a lot of people, it was not easy to capture Yi Qian alive. The captains of the two teams were aware of this problem. They ended the call a little sullenly. Realizing that the female soldier they were chasing was not ordinary, the two teams moved even more carefully. An hour after Yi Qian discovered their tracks, she saw them pass by in front of her disguised as leaves. She instantly understood that not only did she not have any food to eat, she also had to be careful not to be caught by the soldiers who ambushed her. Knowing that the people who appeared in the forest were soldiers, Yi Qian felt a lot more at ease. There was no need to waste time looking for them. They only needed to stay away from them and not be discovered by them. Chapter 11:22. Yi Qian knew that she had to be more cautious if she wanted to avoid them. She didn't have time to erase her tracks, so she had to make sure she didn't leave any behind. She endured her hunger and didn't eat for the entire afternoon. Only then did she manage to distance herself from the soldiers. On the second day of the escape from death training, Yi Qian entered a period of continuous hunger. Grass roots were the only food she could eat along the way. After walking for 5 hours on the grass roots to replenish her energy, Yi Qian dug out 2 birds' nests and ate a total of 6 small, pigeon egg-sized bird eggs. For the entire day, she ate half a slice of raw snake meat in the morning, water from a stream at noon, grass roots in the afternoon, and 6 bird eggs in the evening. She wasn't as relaxed as she had been the day before. With the soldiers chasing after her, she had to be alert at all times to avoid being discovered. The 3 of you, flank this side. The 2 of you, bring up the rear. You cut the path in front. Stone and I will attack. Keep your heads down. Team A, who had discovered Yi Qian's whereabouts once again, began to form a triangle to flank her, closing in on Yi Qian's resting spot. Team B, who had caught up, directly attacked. It seemed like they were deliberately alerting the enemy to startle Yi Qian and make her lose her composure. In the evening, the golden crow in the horizon fell into the sea of clouds. The last ray of light disappeared from the sky. Yi Qian, who had been resting against a tree, suddenly rushed down the steep mountain like an arrow released from a bow. She was so fast that the leaves brushed past her ears. She wasn't afraid that the leaves would stab her eyes or cut her skin. Fuck. When the soldiers who were still lurking saw her rushing down without a care for her life, they all tightened their backpacks and rushed down as well. Team Leader Xiao and Team Leader Ding followed the rustling sounds of leaves along the way and led their own soldiers to charge down without any regard for their lives. Flank, flank. 3 to the left and 3 to the right. The rest go straight in the middle. Before the 14 people had completely dispersed, Team D immediately deployed and said to Captain Xiao, "If we don't catch her tonight, it'll be difficult tomorrow." Yi Qian sensed that there were people approaching her and ran towards the route she needed to take tomorrow. Not only did she have to run, but she also had to run to a place where she could see more clearly and turn her head to look at the mountain under the night sky. Otherwise, how would she be able to draw the topographic map of her march? The military map that was given to her was not a city map that could be bought outside. It was a contour line formed by connecting various points. She wanted to draw a topographic map herself. She could only draw it by looking at it on the spot. It took her 27 minutes to run from the ridge to the saddle of Yi Qian between the 2 mountains. She had been running nonstop for nearly half an hour in her half-starved state. Yi Qian did not continue to run. She pulled away and quickly found a place to hide. With so many soldiers chasing after her, she had to secretly get rid of a few of them. There were still 5 days left. She did not want to run for her life in the forest at night. Although they could search for Yi Qian in a large area by flanking him from both sides, the fact that their forces were not concentrated also made it easier for Yi Qian to deal with them in secret. She had already found a row of cover. When she heard movement coming from nearby, she quietly got up and approached silently. Don't move. When the soldier turned around, the dagger was pressed against his back. Her clear and cold voice reached the soldier's ears. I've already taken care of you. She had already pressed a dagger against his vitals. How could she not take care of him? Yi Qian gestured for him to squat down. She laughed softly and said, You can rest now, comrade. He did not want this kind of rest at all. Chapter 11:23. Yi Qian didn't even ask the soldier he had taken care of how many of them there were. His hand touched the soldier's backpack, then moved towards the soldier's waist. Comrade, there are differences between men and women. You. What are you touching? The soldier was young. When Yi Qian touched his waist, his face was full of embarrassment. He hurriedly said, I don't have anything on me. Why are you touching me? Yi Qian was checking where the soldier kept his rifle and checking if there was a pistol at his waist. I'm checking what's in your backpack and whether you have a gun on you. I have a gun. They're all blanks. There's no live ammunition. I'm only wearing a pair of pants. You. Be careful. The soldier was not only embarrassed, but also a little embarrassed. I'll stay where I am. I won't expose your whereabouts, okay? Why? Why doesn't this female soldier have any self-awareness? He's a male soldier. Where's the gun? Other than the rifle, there's nothing else? Yi Qian touched the soldier's backpack because he didn't see him holding a gun. The soldier lowered his head and looked at the rifle at his feet. There's a Type 95 rifle under my feet. There are 10 blanks. There's no pistol. It turned out that when Yi Qian pressed the bayonet against the back of his neck, the soldier reacted quickly. He hid the rifle in his hands to prevent it from being confiscated. Other than military supplies, there was indeed no pistol in the backpack. After checking, Yi Qian picked up the rifle the soldier hid and laughed softly. Comrade, I'm just doing a routine body search. It's not called touching. You're a man, so why are you afraid of being touched by a woman? Have a good rest. The word rest spun on the tip of her tongue. Someone was approaching her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There was the sound of birds chirping, followed by the rustling of leaves. Someone whispered, Fuck, I don't see anyone. The soldier who was squatting down closed his eyes. The female soldier who was standing behind him was now like a ghost moving closer to his comrade. Now, he had a comrade to keep him company. The sky was so dark that they could see the stars when they looked up, but the forest was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. They didn't have night vision, and they couldn't get any light. The group of people felt their way in the dark and treaded carefully. Their bodies brushed past the tender green leaves, and there was a soft rustling sound. No one could see each other, and no one knew where they were. Yi Jian did not know who they were, but as long as she heard something, she would quietly go over to solve it. After taking down 2 of them in a row, the captains of Team A and B realized that something was wrong. They immediately slowed down and stopped searching. I'm afraid Stone and Guizi have been taken care of. There's no movement. Don't move. Cover. Listen for any movement. He had hit 2 fish with his spear. The sound was as soft as a mosquito in the dark. No matter how good Yi Jian's hearing was, it was impossible for her to hear it. However, she had now caught the 3rd fish. Don't move. I have a Type 95 bayonet in my hand. If you continue to struggle, you'll get stabbed. Yi Qian clamped the soldier's shoulder with one hand like a clamp. She used the blood groove of the bayonet to press against the soldier's neck. If I really wanted to kill you, would you still have the chance to move? Lie down. The soldier really didn't move. The blood groove of the Type 95 bayonet was famous for its power. When the bayonet pierced into the body, the muscles would convulse due to the pain, causing the dagger to be unable to be pulled out instantly. Chapter 11:24. A Type 95 bayonet with a blood groove would draw out the blood and lubricate the friction between the blade and the muscles. It could quickly carry out a second attack. If the bayonet really did stab the male soldier, he would be offended. 14 soldiers took care of 3. Yi Qian didn't continue searching. Hearing that there was no movement around her, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Yi Qian, who only took one Type 95 rifle, quietly retreated in the direction she needed to go. She didn't know that there were soldiers chasing after her during the survival training. Uncle Chen also didn't remind her. It seemed that the military had something to do with it. The conversation with the Major General during the Spring Festival was still vivid in her mind. He said, "In the future, if there is a plan that you didn't plan for, it will definitely be related to the military. Don't make a fuss about it. Just focus on completing your training." Thus, a group of soldiers that suddenly appeared in front of her and soldiers chasing after her were part of the plan that the military added to her. Her plan was 7 days of survival training. Instead of staying behind to take care of the soldiers chasing after her, focus on completing your training. You can't be distracted. The wind in the mountains blew gently, causing the leaves to gently rustle. Yi Qian, who had always been clear about what she needed to do, didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for the thrill of battle. She left the valley where the soldiers were hiding. The flashing red light continued to move in the direction she needed to go. It didn't take long for her to move away from the 12 stationary red dots. Li Jinyan unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his white navy uniform, revealing his wild collarbone. His expression was focused and cold as he stared at the flashing red dots. He didn't continue to fight. Within 5 minutes, he had taken care of 3 and left. This was getting interesting. There were 2 things that soldiers should avoid during training: being provoked and being distracted. Once these 2 things were violated, it meant that the soldier's emotions were volatile and easy to control. His judgment needed to be strengthened. If he were to objectively evaluate her, there would be 3 words: unqualified. It was interesting to say that she was a female soldier. Firstly, she was clear about what her training was. Secondly, she had taken care of the 3 soldiers as a warning. Thirdly, she knew the identity of the soldiers chasing after her. She didn't have to worry about the identity of the people chasing after her. She was calm, smart, and capable. Did the military really want to groom her? There were many calm, smart, and capable people in the army. It was only because she was a female soldier that the military paid more attention to her. Still observing? Did you see anything? The office door was pushed open, and the Navy commander walked in. I've mentioned it to the army and told them about the nature of our training this time. The army is very insistent. Before the commander walked over, Li Jinyan immediately buttoned up the 2 buttons he had undone. He stood up and turned around. At present, you do have some ability. You took care of 3 soldiers in 5 minutes. You have a clear goal and are relatively calm. According to what you said, it's not bad? The commander laughed. It was rare for him, a general, to praise a soldier. I can only say that she is a calm person. The commander smiled and shook his head. What should I say about you? You're too harsh, and you'll scare away potential soldiers. You have to give them a chance to adapt. You can't keep denying their abilities. Personally, I think that this female soldier Yi Qian is really outstanding. Her memory has reached an unfathomable level in the army. It's not an exaggeration to say that she has a photographic memory. It's already at an unimaginable level. Chapter 1125. She can clearly repeat what happened a few months ago, what she said, and what others said. Such a powerful memory is indeed shocking. I was also shocked. As for Yi Jian, even though he had not met him yet, the Navy commander already admired him based on the information and his conversation with the Major General of the Army. She really has potential, I can see it. This female soldier, for the time being, I feel that she is outstanding. At 8:00 in the evening, the sky over the southwest sea had just begun to fade. Li Jinyan took out a list of names from his desk and handed it to the Navy commander. Take a look at this list. I won't deny soldiers with potential. After the basic training, there will be a ranking. Those who are not qualified will be eliminated. Those who are qualified will enter the second step of training. When he spoke, his facial muscles did not move. When he spoke in a cold tone, it seemed that even the temperature in the room dropped a lot. The pure white Type 97 Navy uniform was supported by his perfect and sexy figure to the edges and corners without a wrinkle. Not only did it show the majesty of the Navy, it also showed an indescribable sense of abstinence. The Navy commander opened the roster. The details of every soldier were clearly written down. Their strengths, weaknesses, potential, and so on were all clearly written down. He had always been at ease with Li Jinyan's work. Basic training in June, devil training in July to August. As for the Army's work, we will do our best to cooperate. Whether it is good or not, we will send them to you for inspection. After inspection, you will know. Yes. Li Jinyan did not say more. He was a soldier who was not good with words. If the army insisted, he would of course accept. As for the arrangements and training after acceptance, it was not up to the army to intervene. The long sound of the warship's horn came from the sea. The Navy wearing dark blue training uniforms gathered and ended the day's routine training. The sentinel holding a steel gun on the dock changed shifts with the next sentinel. In the bloody setting sun, the two sentinels' figures were straight. The sentinel who took the steel gun saluted his comrade and began his shift. White uniforms, black reefs, half of the sky was dark blue, and the other half was blood red. There were warships docked in the distance, and a few rows of Navy soldiers walked towards the barracks in neat steps, outlining the daily life of the naval barracks. Seagulls flew across the surface of the sea, bringing with them a cheerful chirp. On an unknown island, several frogmen carrying heavy oxygen tanks emerged from the depths of the sea. They made an okay gesture to their comrades, and like a shark, they swam to the shore with a strength that could split the sea. How many haven't come up yet? Speed, speed, speed. With Demon King Li's appearance, they would all dive for another 20 minutes. A pulmonary edema appeared. Today, I'll have to dive 40 meters. Tomorrow, I'll have to dive 60 meters. I'll have to see how far Demon King Li can dive. You talk too much. Take off your equipment, damn it. I've been carrying dozens of kilograms for a whole day. My spine is about to break. The soldiers in the Navy's storm commandos were both frogmen and divers. They trained for an average of 8 hours a day, and about 4 to 5 hours would be spent training underwater. Li Jinyan was the captain of the storm commandos. Because of the harsh training and his cold personality, the soldiers who had just passed the selection secretly called him Demon King Li. However, the official members of the storm commandos were absolutely respectful to their captain, and their words were full of admiration. Chapter 11:26. The 4 official members of the storm commandos smirked coldly as they listened to the dozens of soldiers who had just passed the preliminary selection grumbling as they came out of the water. They waited quietly for the dozens of soldiers who still wanted to see their captain take off their diving gear. The salty sea breeze blew, and the waves began to push forward from the gentle waves to the reefs. After the soldiers took off their heavy diving suits, the 4 official members popped out from the corners of the reefs and stood in front of the 40 soldiers. They shouted, "Line up." A new round of night training began. Yi Qian looked up at the starry sky and rubbed her starving stomach. She let out a long sigh. No matter how miserable she was in her previous life, 3 meals a day was considered normal. This time, she was starving. She carefully took out the 4 little bird eggs from her backpack. She squeezed the crispy eggshell with both hands, and the egg white flowed into her mouth. Dinner, just a few eggs. It seemed like she had to save some for tomorrow. She could not throw away the snake meat anymore. She had to wrap it with tree leaves to replenish her protein. The 2 teams sent by the provincial military were still searching. She had already climbed up a pine tree to think about tomorrow's food problem. The owl let out a strange cry, flew up from the tree, and landed lightly on another tree. The pheasants in the mountains cooed, and then slowly quieted down. The second day of training ended with the arrival of the third morning. A thin mist rose in the forest. After a simple disguise, Yi Qian did not rush forward recklessly like she did the first day. She had to be careful of the soldiers behind her, but it was also possible that they would catch up to her after she slept for a night. Every day, she had to go to a designated location to send her location. If the soldiers chasing her knew the location she had to go to every day, it was entirely possible for them to hide there and wait for her to bump into them. Yi Qian, who was picking non-poisonous mushrooms in the pine forest, bent down, maintained her posture, ready to cover herself if she sensed anything strange. Yi Qian, who dealt with mushrooms for breakfast, did not stay in one place. She did not leave any trace for the soldiers to find her. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Captain Xiao and Team D led their soldiers towards Yi Qian's destination. Last night, they knew that she had silently taken care of 3 soldiers by reaching behind their backs and pressing a bayonet against the back of their necks. Just hearing about it made them feel lucky that they had met this female soldier last night and not someone else. The 3 soldiers who had been taken care of the soldiers were waiting in place. They led the other soldiers and rushed through the night. The group of 11 people completely overtook Yi Qian. They did not wait at Yi Qian's first destination during the day. They waited at the location. The sun rose from the horizon to the west. The 11 soldiers who had rested were standing guard in a large circle. Tonight was their last chance. If they couldn't capture the female soldier alive, they would have to go back with their tails between their legs. At this moment, Captain Xiao and Captain D both felt that they had taken on a tricky task. Scouts, watch carefully. Report to us immediately if the leaves move. Be careful of the gun in her hand. Thinking of the rifle she had taken, Captain Xiao, who had spoken, rubbed his forehead. He had given the weapon to the other party. He should not have alerted her last night. Captain Xiao was not the only one with a headache. Team D was also having a headache. The female soldier had extremely strong anti-reconnaissance abilities. One of the scouts in his team had been killed last night. He even suspected that she had intentionally killed the scout in his team. Chapter 11:27. Team D felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of being able to kill his own scout in the dark. Old Ding, I have a hunch that we'll have to go back empty-handed. Captain Xiao felt this way. He couldn't say it to the soldiers, so he could only say it to his brother, who was also a captain. Team D's sigh came from the quiet leaves. There's a sense of suffocation in it. Today, we're chasing a female soldier. Tomorrow, we'll be chasing a criminal. We'll see our strength in a single chase. We still have to train hard. Although we know that the person we're chasing is a special forces soldier and that his strength is indeed above ours, it's very uncomfortable to think about it. From here, the difference between local troops, field troops, and special operations forces could be seen. Field troops, especially the A Group Army, were responsible for the main combat missions and cross-regional combat missions. As long as there was a war, they could immediately send troops to fight. Local troops were responsible for auxiliary operations, company defense, city security, and other tasks. Generally, they would not cross the region to fight. One was responsible for combat, and the other was responsible for auxiliary operations. In terms of equipment, personnel, training level, and command level, the former was obviously stronger than the latter. The special forces were a force that could form an army by themselves. Special forces with excellent individual combat skills could sometimes secretly kill a company or even a battalion. Team D and Captain Xiao belonged to the second-line forces, which was the local forces. The Major General sent a local force that even the field troops couldn't beat to capture a special forces soldier. In fact, he didn't have any hope in his heart. He just wanted the Navy to see how she would deal with the sudden appearance of the plan. Team D and Captain Xiao didn't know what the Major General's purpose was. They only knew that they were facing a difficult problem and a mission that made them feel very suffocated. After Team D finished speaking, he fell silent. His face was a little dignified. They were all soldiers and wore the same military uniform, but the difference in strength made them feel ashamed. Let's not talk about it. We've done our best. Captain Xiao wiped his face and looked away. He said softly, fortunately, the scouts in our military region are not bad. They didn't embarrass our military region. There was a little comfort in his heart. Every year, a group of scouts in the southern province's military region would be selected to join the field troops, and the auto soldiers in Fujian town were responsible for the security of Zhongnanhai. These two strengths were famous in the military regions of the province. They had the strength, but it was a pity that they didn't need the auto soldiers for this mission. They still did not know that Yi Qian had joined the Southern Province Automobile Company to study for 2 years. If they knew, they would feel even worse. A female soldier was stronger than them in every aspect. How could they not feel uncomfortable? Tired birds began to return to their nests. After a day of exposure to the sun, the little insects in the forest began to move in the evening. The high-pitched and low-pitched chirps of the insects ushered in a slender figure moving forward in the thick leaves. The female soldiers that gave the local troops a headache had appeared. This time, Li Jinmian saw the red dots representing the female soldiers quickly and accurately approaching the stationary green dots representing the local soldiers on the screen. His cold expression finally loosened a little. She seemed to know where the soldiers were hiding. Once she made a move, she would destroy a green dot. Intuition? It couldn't just be intuition. Observation skills. The female soldier had amazing observation skills and was quite skilled. Seeing the green dots disappear one by one, Demon King Li, whose expression never changed, narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 1128. Yi Jian did not know that his position was exposed under the eyes of others. He clasped a soldier's arm with both hands, placed the soldier's rifle on his shoulder, and pushed him into the foliage. Another soldier was killed. Since the intensive training started in October of high school, there were only a few days left before the college entrance examination. Yi Jian had gone through so much cruel training. If she couldn't even deal with a few local soldiers at once, Headmaster Chen would definitely be the most disappointed. 10 in total. That's all. Yi Qian, who had finished off the soldiers quickly, smiled and pulled up a soldier. He apologized, "Sorry, I was a little harsh." "Are you hurt?" Even if he was hurt, he couldn't say it out loud. 10 in total? The number wasn't right. 11 in total. Who else hadn't been caught by her? Old Ding? It was possible. He was probably the only one left. Bro, hang in there. You're everyone's hope. Looking at the female soldier in front of him, he couldn't see her clearly. Captain Xiao loosened his shoulder, which was numb from being hit by the rifle butt. He endured the pain and said, "No, the number isn't right." It really hurt. She was more than just a little harsh. Too harsh. Tomorrow, his shoulder would definitely be bruised. Muscle contusion. The number wasn't right. There were still people hiding. An individual was a small target in a large area. It was a waste of time to look for them. He might as well learn from them and wait for them to come to him. They didn't have night vision goggles. If they wanted to ambush them, they could only fight in close combat. Yi Qian didn't bother hiding. He used his voice to lure the soldiers out. She heard the male soldier gasp in pain. She was a little embarrassed and said, "Are you okay? Do you want me to spray some medicine?" Although she knew it was inevitable, she couldn't help but blame herself for hurting his heart. It was fine if she used her hand, but she used the rifle butt. With her strength, she could have hurt the soldier. Although he couldn't deal with the injury in front of the female soldier, it was already very embarrassing. If it happened again, he couldn't afford to lose face. Captain Xiao didn't loosen his shoulder. He smiled and said, it's okay. I have to thank you for being merciful. You didn't fire a blank bullet, and you didn't hit me in the head with the rifle butt." Given the distance just now, the female soldier could have attacked even more ruthlessly. However, she probably had scruples about their identities and restrained her attacks. Hidden in the depths, Team D listened to the female soldier and old Zhao's soft conversation. Slowly, he held his breath and moved closer to her. All 10 of his brothers had been taken care of, and he was the only one left. He had to give it his all. The boots were very light, and the closer they got, the slower and steadier their movements became. The female soldier laughed and replied to old Xiao, "It's not good to shoot blanks in the middle of the night. If you shoot blanks at close range, you'll be able to leave a small dent in your body." Closer, closer, the soldiers are getting closer and closer, right now. That's why I have to thank you. Captain Zhao's entire sentence was cut off. He felt a strong gust of wind blow against his face. The female soldier, who had been able to see a black shadow, suddenly turned around. Only then did he realize that another black shadow was approaching. Old Ding, it was definitely him. Yi Qian's quick reaction really gave Team D a fright. The unprepared female soldier suddenly turned around and pounced at him like a ferocious beast. Her swift and fierce posture was mixed with hostility. She was fast and ferocious, and he had a hard time dodging her. This was the first time Yi Qian had fought against a local soldier. With his previous experience, he relaxed a little this time. He buckled the rifle in Team D's hand. The first step was to remove the magazine. The second step was to twist the entire rifle so that Team D had no choice but to let go. The third step was to fight without restraint. Chapter 1129. To Yi Qian, jungle combat was no different from normal combat. To put it simply, it was like fighting flat ground. Her lower body was extremely stable. Her military boots stepped on the uneven mountainous ground as if her feet were rooted to the ground. She did not allow her body to sway in the slightest. When she lifted her foot and swept it across, the wind from her foot swept away the leaves directly. It was clear how strong her foot was. When they first met, Team 4 was immediately suppressed by Yi Qian's aura. His entire body was swept by Yi Qian until he couldn't stand still. His hands grasped the branches and leaves as he struggled, his palms burning with pain. "Old Ding, hold on." In the darkness, Captain Xiao held on to his last glimmer of hope and cheered for his brother. He just didn't know if he could hold on. Team 4 smiled bitterly. He also wanted to hold on, but he couldn't. His attack was quite fierce and carried a murderous aura. The entire mountainous area was uneven, and he didn't even have a place to stand firmly. The leaves around him rustled as he moved, and his movements were very loud. He was also in a very sorry state. The soldiers who had been defeated by Yi Qian stood together silently. When they heard the sounds coming from the darkness, they couldn't help but clench their fists and cheer for their captain. Among the 14 people, Team 4 and Captain Xiao were the best fighters. Team 4 was better than Captain Xiao, but even so, he couldn't withstand Yi Qian's attacks. He took the initiative to punch a few times, but in the end, he was mercilessly suppressed by Yi Qian. Too strong. They were no match for her at all. When local soldiers faced a special forces soldier, they would only be defeated. Even if the opponent was a female soldier, he didn't have a chance of winning. Yi Qian consecutively defeated 10 soldiers at the front and knew that their skills were far inferior to the field forces. She also slightly controlled her strength to avoid accidentally injuring them again. After forcing Team 4 to the middle of 2 trees, Yi Qian let out a low growl. Her long, slender legs pressed down like Mount Tai. Team 4, who had no way out, relied on his instincts. He hurriedly protected his head with his hands and blocked Yi Qian's right leg that pressed down on him. He couldn't help but bend his knees under the pressure of her foot. It was as if he was holding a jack with both hands, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't push her away no matter how hard he tried. 1 minute later, Yi Qian retracted his foot and said with a smile, "Tonight, the 11th one. There shouldn't be any more." There was no need for any more gestures. Team D knew that he had been dealt with. He was directly suppressed to the point where he couldn't move for a minute, defeated. As Team D spoke, the other 10 people all let out a soft sigh of relief. Gone, all gone. At 8:30 p.m. on the third day, the 14 local soldiers sent by the provincial military were completely annihilated. None of them survived. 11 tonight, plus the 3 from last night, all 14 soldiers have been dealt with. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose their composure. Team D said generously, with the honesty of a soldier. Very impressive. We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. We received orders to capture a female soldier alive within 3 days. There are only a few hours left before the end of the 3 days. Our mission has ended in failure. He hadn't guessed wrongly. The military was indeed involved. Would there be additional training from the military from time to time in the future? She didn't know. Uncle Chen didn't know either. They had discovered it midway. In the next few days, would there be more? There was still one thing that was unclear about the additional training this time. Why would the military send local troops to train them? Chapter 11:30. The lights were turned on. Led by Team D, the soldiers stood in a row in the foliage. Yi Qian shook hands with them one by one and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Please forgive me. Her face was covered in a thick layer of paint. Even with the light shining on her face, her facial features could not be seen. Only her bright eyes could be seen. They were as bright as the stars in the sky, and there was a hint of coldness in them. But everyone only had one thought in mind, so small. How could the female soldier who defeated them be so small? So small. She's not even as big as me, the youngest soldier in the team muttered softly. Yi Qian pretended not to hear and said politely to Team D and Team Xiao, I'm not sure why you guys are in this training. Please forgive me if I offended you in any way. The military had its reasons for this arrangement, but they couldn't figure out why it was done this way. It didn't make sense for a local soldier to go up against a special forces soldier. I feel like you've taught us a lesson. When we get back, we'll have to reflect on ourselves. Although we're a local soldier and aren't as strong as a field soldier or a special force soldier, we still have 14 people. We're ashamed that we were beaten to a pulp. Team Xiao smiled bitterly. He didn't look like he was running away from the defeat. Thank you for your hard work tonight. The strongest female soldier. The tense process ended politely. Yi Qian stood in place and watched them leave until he couldn't hear their footsteps anymore. Yi Qian rubbed his stomach and found the spot he wanted to sleep in. He waited for the sun to rise on the 4th day. When Yi Qian woke up this time, he spent some time covering the traces of the fight. The area was too big. Some of the bushes were trampled on, so it was impossible to wipe away all the traces. It took 10 minutes for Yi Qian to reach the place he needed to reach on the 4th day. From the 4th day to the 7th day, he didn't encounter any more ambushes. Yi Qian, who was so hungry that his skin was abnormally pale, relied on snake meat, insects, rats, tree bark, grass roots, and stone crabs to survive. Finally, at 3:00 in the afternoon of the 7th day, he appeared in the area of the anti-chemical regiment's military zone. During the escape from death training, Yi Qian didn't miss a single signal for help. She didn't make a single call. With her amazing perseverance, she managed to survive. When she appeared, she was even one step ahead of Principal Chen. She smiled and said, Uncle Chen, I'm out. It was normal to not have a meal for 7 days. There was no cooked food or warm water. She had to rely on food that ordinary people could not eat to survive. Looking at Yi Jian, who had lost so much weight in just 7 days, the corners of the iron-willed man's eyes turned red. Yi Jian had lost weight. She was wearing a jungle camouflage outfit. She was so skinny that her small face could be covered by a palm. The backpack on her back looked like a mountain, as if it could crush her at any time. However, her spirit was not damaged at all. She exuded a tough and indomitable aura. Standing in the sunlight, he was not crushed by hunger. He had the sword will of a pine tree that pierced through the clouds. He exuded the might of a soldier from head to toe. It's good that you're out. It's good that you're out. You're good at enduring. You'll have a bright future. Principal Chen patted Yi Qian's shoulder. His usually cold voice sounded a little choked up. The girl Jian didn't rely on anyone to get to where she was today. She relied on herself, one step at a time. Even if she had a close relationship with Major Xia, she didn't think of relying on anyone. She always remembered what Uncle Jen told her, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. She relied on her own strength to gain the appreciation of the higher-ups in the military. Chapter 1131. Yi Qian, who was almost as thin as a match, smiled. Her eyes were as bright as the sun, emitting a dazzling radiance. She said, "Let's go home, Uncle Chen." She was really hungry, but her hungry stomach seemed to be blocked. Her mouth wanted to eat, and her body wanted to eat, but her stomach refused. You have to eat porridge. It's easy to digest porridge to recover your stomach's energy. You don't have to participate in training for the next week. Let your stomach recover first. Principal Chen reminded her with a smile. The two figures walked further and further away under the sunlight. On the road of the military, Yi Jian had overcome difficulties beyond her age by not giving in again and again, relying on her own courage and perseverance to move forward. While other students were still sitting in the classroom working hard for their studies, she had already found her own path and walked down it without complaint or regret. It took more than 2 hours to return to the city from the anti-chemical regiment. Yi Qian didn't go back immediately. First, she went to the anti-chemical regiment's infirmary for a simple examination. Then, she drank a bowl of plain porridge. Faced with the regiment commander and the political commissar's searchlight-like inspection, Yi Qian put down the empty bowl and smiled. If you really get used to it, it won't be a big deal in the future. Before the ancient humans found the fire seed, they also ate raw food. I feel that these few days I've been returning to the basics. A girl who had starved for 7 days straight, and then used the phrase, returning to the basics, to summarize the hunger survival training of escaping death. Her heart was really big. Since the first day I saw you during the military training, I knew you weren't simple. It's only been 2 years, but you've already come so far. You're even better than the soldiers in our regiment who spent 2 years as soldiers. Yi Qian, you're really something. The political commissar couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He remembered that year when she appeared in a formal camouflage uniform with a sharpness as sharp as a sword and completed a series of military postures with the instructors, winning cheers and applause. At that time, she was still young and inexperienced, and her eyebrows were still slightly immature. But now, even though she was sitting down, she had a military prestige that couldn't be ignored. It was the first time he had seen such a young girl who could cultivate to this level in the 10 years he had been in the army. Yi Qian had always been able to remain calm in the face of other people's praise. He would not become arrogant because of it. He smiled politely and said, "Because I like her, that's why I'm pursuing her. I've never easily given up on something I like. Joining the army has always been my dream. Wearing a military uniform is my goal, and I've never given up all these years. What's important is perseverance. What's important is perseverance. Your perseverance over the years is commendable. It's worth learning from all of us." The regiment commander had a deep impression of Yi Qian. Yesterday, his old partner had come to his office mysteriously and told him that there was a girl who had once made him want to stay in the anti-chemical regiment. He immediately thought of Yi Qian from the province's number 1 middle school. He reported the names he had guessed correctly. His old partner asked him in surprise, "How did you know? Did the higher-ups inform you in advance?" After sending away so many students for military training in the past 2 years, the only student that his old partner still remembered was Yi Qian from number 1 middle school. The little girl was indeed amazing. Among the students, she was the only one who left a deep impression on him. When he saw her again after 2 years, her military aura was even stronger, and she was also becoming more and more outstanding. He really wanted to snatch her into the anti-chemical regiment. "Student Yi, do you have any intention of joining the army? Why don't I have a chat with the political commissar and you can come and take a look?" The regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment had transformed into Grandmother Wolf. He smiled like a gentle breeze and said amiably, "Take our anti-chemical regiment for example. Biochemical weapons will definitely fascinate you. Our Anti-Chemical Regiment. Chapter 1132. He said that he wanted to have a chat with Yi Qian for reference, but in the end, the entire conversation revolved around the Anti-Chemical Regiment. There are various squads below, such as the Decontamination Squad, the Fire Squad, the Smoke Squad, the Observation Squad, and the Reconnaissance Squad. You can go to whichever squad you want. Also, we are completely different from the local troops. Once the war starts, the Anti-Chemical Regiment will be responsible for the Anti-Chemical Regiment of the participating troops. We have to deal with harmful chemicals, monitor them, and take precautions. Although we don't have to fight the enemy head-on, we have always been fighting the enemy secretly. Student Yi, you can still fight the enemy if you join the Anti-Chemical Regiment. What do you think? Our Anti-Chemical Regiment is pretty good, right? The regiment commander was never good at chatting and heart-to-heart talk, but every word he said was the truth. The political commissar nodded along the whole time, explaining the specific tasks of each squad from time to time. He looked like he couldn't wait to drag Yi Qian through a physical examination, then quickly pass the background check and be assigned to the Anti-Chemical Regiment as soon as possible. After resting for 2 hours in the Anti-Chemical Regiment, Yi Qian chatted with the regiment commander and the political commissar for 2 hours. After she left, the regiment commander said bitterly to the political commissar, "Even a bowl of porridge couldn't keep her. The little girl is much more slippery than before. She didn't reject you directly. That's already giving you face." The political commissar drank some water and sighed with a smile. Look at her training. She walked out without eating for 7 days. Tell me, what other troops need this kind of training? My old partner, only the special forces would train without eating for 7 days. Her ambition wasn't in this, so she couldn't be kept even if she wanted to. The regiment commander looked at the political commissar, and the political commissar looked at the regiment commander. Then, they sighed in tacit understanding, waved their hands, and went on to do what they were supposed to do. With the goal of becoming a special forces soldier, the Anti-Chemical Regiment really couldn't keep her. Yi Qian, who was remembered everywhere she went, was sweating when she left. She wasn't good at chatting, and it was difficult for her to handle the enthusiasm of the 2 leaders in the regiment. Fortunately, they let her go in the end and talked about other things. Principal Chen, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, laughed loudly. It's a good sign. It means that your ability has been recognized by the leaders and they think that you are worth training. The army is a big family, and the leaders all welcome capable and hard-working soldiers to join some special positions. Your performance and ability have shown them unlimited potential, so it's normal for them to want to poach you. Don't feel pressured. Work hard and move forward in the direction you've decided on. Listening to Principal Chen's voice, Yi Qian, who had eaten a bowl of porridge, felt her eyelids grow heavy as the jeep drove along. Coupled with the environment, she felt completely relaxed. Unknowingly, she fell asleep with a smile on her face. The car drove for more than 2 hours, all the way to the residential area at the back of the provincial No. 1 middle school. Even after the soldier parked the car, Yi Qian, who was sleeping in the back, did not wake up. Principal Chen saw the dark circles under her eyes and said to the soldier who sent them back, "Please help me carry her. She's too tired. Let her sleep for a while." "Yes, sir." The soldier opened the back door without hesitation. Just as he was about to bend down to carry Yi Qian out, a faint smile came from behind him. "Let me do it. You help sir carry his backpack." He had waited for more than an hour for his little fox to come back. It was better for the boyfriend to carry her upstairs. Chapter 1133. Principal Chen was taking his backpack from the trunk when he heard Xia Jinyuan's voice. He quickly turned around and saw Xia Jinyuan bending over to get into the car. He waved at the soldier who had yet to react. "Come, Xiao Ding. Help me open the door." "Thank you." Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan's right hand was about to reach for the back of Yi Qian's neck so that he could hug her shoulders. However, with just one movement, Yi Qian, who was sleeping soundly in her seat, suddenly opened her eyes. She squinted her eyes in the dim light and said tiredly, "You're here." She was startled awake, but when she saw who it was, she quickly closed her eyes and ignored him. Xia Jinyuan looked at the thin face that had fallen asleep again in less than a second. His thin lips slightly tightened. The 7 days of escape from death training had made her lose a lot of weight, and it could be seen from her face. The dark circles under her eyes were very deep, and the corners of her eyes were greenish-black. Her lips, which were originally as delicate as peach blossoms, were now covered with a layer of pale skin. They were so dry that there were small cracks on them. From head to toe, she was completely exhausted. As he carried her out of the car, his elegant brows furrowed tightly. Thin. She wasn't just thin. She had lost a lot of weight, and in his arms, she looked a little bony. Principal Chen, I'll carry her up first. Xia Jinyuan carried Yi Qian, who was so light that she didn't seem to weigh much. Deep in his dark eyes, there was an unresolvable heartache. He had never accompanied her during her training. Every time, he could only calculate the date of her return and rush over just to see if she was all right. In the face of high-intensity training, it wasn't that he didn't think that he could relax a little. However, whenever he thought of the cruelty of the battlefield, he would always suppress his heartache. When K7 was captured, his body was injected with an unknown drug that increased his pain. After returning to the country, he rested for 3 whole months. Even male soldiers suffered inhumane treatment, let alone female soldiers. No matter how much his heart ached, he had to endure it. At this time, it was already the time when the food in every household was fragrant and the city was brightly lit. Xia Jinyuan gently placed her on the soft bed and gently took off her coat. He then took off her muddy military boots and placed them on the balcony. When Principal Chen came in, he saw Yi Qian sleeping under a thin blanket. Then he saw the tall figure busy on the balcony. He smiled gently and closed the door. Major Xia really cared about Jian Yiling. Every time Jian Yiling finished her physical training, she would rush over to accompany her. She would also guide her emotions and seriously point out her shortcomings. With such a person taking care of Jian Yiling, he and Uncle Zhen were not worried at all. Outside, all the houses were brightly lit. However, Yi Qian's room had the curtains drawn. There wasn't a trace of light coming in, and there wasn't a trace of sound. Only 2 long breaths could be heard in the darkness. Xia Jinyuan set off from the grassroots company in the middle of the night. Halfway through the journey, the car encountered a landslide that blocked the only road from the grassroots company to the city. He asked the soldier to turn around and drive back to the company. He carried his luggage and climbed over the dangerous landslide with his bare hands. He walked more than 40 kilometers overnight to the city. From the time he set off last night until he arrived at the provincial capital around 6 p.m., he didn't stop for even a minute. He drove the car that Xia Yiwei prepared for him to the school. Finally, at 7:20 p.m., Yi Qian came back. The 2 of them were in a race against time. In the end, they were finally able to lie on the same bed and rest. To Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, this could be considered as dating. Chapter 1134. There wasn't much time for the 2 of them to squander, and there wasn't much time for them to enjoy each other's company. Every minute and second was particularly precious to them, because they didn't know if the person beside them would go on a long journey in the next second. The only thing they could do was to seize the time they had to spend together and enjoy the rare time together. It was also rare for them to sleep together. Yi Qian slept until 2:00 in the morning. As soon as she moved slightly, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying next to her, immediately opened his eyes. Having just woken up, he asked in a clear and hoarse voice, "Hungry? I heated up some porridge in the kitchen. Do you want to get up and eat?" With her head still resting on his strong arm, Yi Qian, who was infatuated with his body temperature, rubbed her head against his arm and said in a dry voice, "I'm not just hungry. I'm so hungry that I want to eat fatty meat. Principal Chen told me to eat porridge for a week to nourish my stomach." Her words made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. He tightened his arms around her and hugged her tightly. He laughed until his chest shook as he said, "You can't eat that. Listen to Uncle Chen and nourish your stomach for a week." After saying that, he took a deep breath in the crook of her neck and laughed a little louder. I think we should take a good bath together. I haven't taken a bath for 3 days and 2 nights. You probably haven't taken one for a week. Girls were usually shy when it came to such topics, and Yi Qian was the type who was very, very shy. Hearing this, she immediately got up from his arms and rushed to the bathroom in the room like a gust of wind. Hearing the sound of water rushing out of the bathroom, Xia Jinyuan laughed out loud. He didn't tease her any further. Maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, Xia Jinyuan went downstairs to the car to get his luggage. After he scooped a bowl of porridge from the kitchen and put it on the dining table to cool, he saw Yi Qian, whose hair was still wet, walk out in a workout shirt and shorts. Because she had just showered, her fair skin glowed like a pearl under the light, but it was a little too thin. Yi Qian's face was no longer red. He had walked alone in the forest for 7 days and was starving the entire time. How could he have had time to clean up his image? At most, he would have used a towel to wipe his face, but there shouldn't have been any smell. In front of him, the 18-year-old Yi Qian was less restrained. At the time, he was shy, but after that, he was able to keep his composure. Faced with his gaze, Yi Qian calmly. But even my old madam would give her a thumbs up after tasting her cooking. It's just that she rarely cooks. Even Ho Zi has only eaten her cooking twice. Culinary skills required talent, and Xia Yiwei was talented. She often said to Xia Lingyuan, after I retire, I'll open a Chinese restaurant in France. I'll let them know that Chinese food is profound. Yi Qian sat in the dining chair he pulled out and joked, Zigu has only eaten twice. What about you? The white porridge was sparkling and looked very appetizing. She took a spoonful as she spoke. I've eaten more. When I was in Fujian town, I went to see her whenever I had time. I ate dozens of times more than Ho Zi. Xia Jinyuan watched as she drank the porridge he made. He stood beside her and waited for Yi Qian to say a few words. For example, the porridge is good. It's delicious. Or, I want to eat more tomorrow. In short, as long as it was a compliment, it would be fine. Chapter 1135. It couldn't be helped. Every man wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend, and he was no exception. She and Xia Jinyuan were the only ones in the spacious house. He was standing beside her, watching her eat the porridge with a burning gaze. Yi Qian glanced at him without batting an eyelid. He lowered his head to eat the porridge with a slight smile. So Captain Xia was the one who made the porridge. He was standing there waiting for her to praise him. Yi Qian lowered her head and drank the porridge. Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, you've teased me so many times in the past. Now it's my turn to tease you. After she finished the porridge, Yi Qian turned his head and said seriously, Captain Xia, are you hungry too? Do you want a bowl? He had been standing there for so long with a satisfied expression on his face. In the end, his little fox didn't even notice that she had finished the entire bowl of porridge. That's not possible. But from her expression, it seemed like she really didn't know. Did she think that Uncle Chen made the porridge? How does the porridge taste? He asked. Yi Qian nodded and said, Uncle Chen made it. It's not bad. He continued to maintain a serious expression so that the man in front of him wouldn't notice anything amiss. Major Xia, who had always been observant, believed him. He raised his hand to touch the top of her head and sighed. It wasn't easy for me to show off, but my future girlfriend didn't even notice. What a failure. It's okay. Captain Xia can continue to show off tomorrow morning. I'll definitely see. Yi Qian said and couldn't help but laugh. As soon as she laughed, Xia Jinyuan immediately reacted. What a sly little fox. She even tricked him. So you were just teasing me. Don't struggle. Be good and let me carry you back to your room. Xia Jinxiu raised her eyebrows and revealed a mischievous smile. Before Yi Qian got up, she hugged him with her long and strong arms and turned to walk into the room. This was a time to relax. Even though there were only the two of them in the house, and he was even carrying her into the room, Yi Qian did not feel any sense of danger. He smiled and praised, "It's delicious and fragrant. It was comparable to a 5-star chef. Very good. I like it very much. You've worked hard. Captain Xia. I've been waiting for a word of praise from you. I feel like I've been waiting for an entire spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Now, it's time for interest." Xia Jinyuan gently placed Yi Qian on the bed. Then, he leaned over and placed his handsome face right in front of Yi Qian. He chuckled and said, "Interest, a kiss." Xia Jinyuan had experienced what it felt like to be starved for 7 days. He knew very well that even if he really drank a mouthful of hot porridge, his stomach would react with convulsions. She had been drinking the porridge with her head lowered just now to cover up the discomfort in her stomach. How could she go on like this? Yi Qian kissed him gently on the cheek. Then, her eyes sparkled as she looked gently at the man who was taking care of her. "Thank you, Captain Xia." "Captain Xia? I don't like this title. How about we change it?" His kiss landed on her lips. His gentle voice was as light as the strings of a piano under the dim light of the table lamp. "Good brother, what do you think?" "Mushy." Yi Qian closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "Captain Xia, Captain Xia, Captain Xia, Captain Xia." His lips and teeth were full of sweetness. "You disobedient little thing. Let's talk about it again next time." It was 2:30. After half an hour of messing around, it was time to rest. Xia Jinyuan kissed her forehead and got up. "I have to take a shower too. I haven't showered for 3 days and 2 nights. Didn't you smell my sweat just now?" Chapter 1136. If there was a smell, Yi Qian would have been able to smell it. Because there was no smell of sweat, there was only a light refreshing scent that filled his nose. Yi Qian joked, "Captain Xia has his own body fragrance, how could there be a smell of sweat?" "Is that so?" Xia Jinyuan lifted his hand to unbutton his cuffs and smiled. His handsome face revealed a lazy expression like a big cat. He smiled at Yi Qian and said, "That's not bad, at least it won't send my girlfriend away. In the future, if I sneak in the middle of the night, I won't have to worry about the smell of sweat waking you up." When it came to being thick-skinned, Yi Qian had always been at a disadvantage. The image of him climbing through the window in the middle of the night flashed through his mind. Yi Qian couldn't help but blush. He hugged the quilt to his chest and said stiffly, "I'm just being polite. Captain Xia is busy every day. Don't you know how dirty you are?" It really wasn't dirty. After taking off the jacket, there was a white shirt underneath. There wasn't a trace of sweat on it. It was so white that she could almost smell the scent of soap after washing it. He raised his head slightly, revealing his sexy throat. His slender fingers began to unbutton the top button of his shirt. Following the movement of his fingers, Yi Qian, who had no interest in men, was mesmerized. He didn't know that the man's action of unbuttoning his shirt with his head raised was so beautiful. Because of his relaxed expression, there was a lazy and indifferent attitude in his bones. Combined with his elegant temperament, it became extremely sexy. At 24 years old, he was more charming and attractive than at 20 years old. Mature, sexy, cold, calm. Facing the iron-blooded tenderness of a soldier, Yi Qian felt as if he could hear his heart thumping loudly. The girl he had a crush on was staring at him with a slightly dazed gaze. Xia Jinyuan, who had sharp senses, raised the corner of his mouth a little. He had always been very confident in his body. Little Fox, who had been training with a group of male soldiers, had seen a lot of shirtless male soldiers. It was undeniable that her heart was a little jealous. She didn't look at him that much. "Stop, stop, stop. You can go to the bathroom now." When Major Xia had unbuttoned the third button and was about to reveal a large portion of his chest, Yi Qian, who was determined not to be seduced by men, immediately stopped him. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom and said seriously, "You can take it off inside. Put the dirty clothes in the laundry basket." If he didn't stop, she would be admiring him until he took off pants. Xia Jinyuan, who had the thought of showing off his figure in front of his girlfriend when necessary, couldn't go into the bathroom to take off his clothes. If he did, he wouldn't be Xia Jinyuan. His fingers stopped at the edge of the fourth button. As he slowly undid it, he said with an elegant smile, "Even if I take it off here, I can still put it in the basket. When I take off my pants later, I don't have to worry about my feet slipping and needing you to help me up." He was the only one who could come up with such an excuse. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the bed. Under the faint warm light, he could clearly see the shyness on Yi Qian's face. There wasn't a trace of impurity on her face. It was as clear as a mountain spring. He couldn't help but want to tease her, and dote on her. Yi Qian met his gaze and saw the uncontrollable laughter in his eyes. In the end, the room was filled with his laughter. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that he jumped up from the bed. He was addicted to taking it off. And he was taking so long. Fine, since he wanted to take it off for her to see, she would take it off for him. Chapter 1137. Hey, slow down. This bed is very elastic. Don't push your head against the ceiling. Xia Jinyuan noticed that her movements had suddenly become violent. His heart tightened, and he no longer had the time to tease her. He hurriedly hugged Yi Qian, who was still trying to jump off the bed. Everything was fine. Why did you suddenly? Yi Qian, who was in his arms, became violent for once. She grabbed his collar with both hands, and as he spoke, she valiantly tugged on his shirt. Yes, there was no need to undo the fourth button. She had already done it for him. Seeing how violent Yi Qian was, Xia Jinyuan suddenly fell silent. He originally wanted to ask, "Why did you suddenly become so naughty?" But, wasn't she naughty? His entire shirt, starting from the middle button, was completely torn apart by her. The pearl-colored buttons fell to the floor and made a few crisp sounds. Xia Jinyuan, who was a little stunned, looked towards the floor and saw one of the buttons roll under the bed. Why did you suddenly become so naughty? Xia Jinyuan slowly finished what he wanted to say. He looked at Yi Qian with his deep eyes and said, "You tore his shirt with your bare hands. That's a little fierce." Fortunately, she was wearing a shirt. If she was wearing a t-shirt, he would probably be able to see her violent side. The scene of Yi Qian tearing his t-shirt with her bare hands flashed across his mind. The 24-year-old major felt his nose itch a little. The scene was very exciting. Yi Qian's violent actions not only tore his shirt apart, but she also grabbed his collar and took it off his shoulders. She snorted and said, "You don't have to take it off slowly for me to see. I'll take it off for you." Wasn't it just taking off his shirt? What was the big deal? She took it off for him. I've never taken off a man's shirt before. My technique is a little rusty, so I'm not very familiar with it. Yi Qian added. He wanted to strengthen his aura, but unexpectedly, Major Xia burst out laughing. Yi Qian, who had lowered his head, could clearly see the man's sexy chest rising and falling after he tore off his shirt. Every part of him exuded the wild charm of a man. It seemed that he was a little too aggressive, she thought silently. It seems that next time I have to prepare a few more shirts for you to tear. Why was the girl he liked so interesting? Raising an eyebrow, Jun Yen smiled wickedly. It just so happens that I've never taken off a woman's clothes before. My technique is also a little rusty, and my movements might be even more unfamiliar than yours. Little fox, don't blame me for being too slow when the time comes. When the same words came out of his mouth, Yi Qian, who was holding back his embarrassment, blushed so much that even his ears turned red. Very aggressive, but also very energetic. Why didn't I realize that you had such a unique side to you in the past? Xia Jinyuan truly loved the other side of her that she revealed from time to time. It was so real, and so true to herself. It would never be known to outsiders. He was the only one who knew the other side of the woman he loved. Just thinking about it made his heart fill with love. Yi Qian didn't want to listen to it anymore. After being aggressive, he regretted it a little. Hearing his shameless words again, the shy Yi Qian covered his mouth and glared at him. Xia Jinyuan, you're not allowed to say any more. Shut up. Even though his mouth was covered, he couldn't stop his laughter. His eyes, which were as deep as the ocean, were filled with a gentleness that could drown Yi Qian. He looked at her for a moment and said in a low voice, I won't say any more, I won't say any more. Chapter 1138. Yi Jian's thin lips moved gently in her palm. They were moist, warm, and itchy. She felt as if she had been electrocuted. Yi Jian was so shocked that she quickly retracted her hand and said, Go and take a shower. Don't mention what happened just now again. Why did she tear his clothes just now? But he didn't regret it. At least she saw that he was obviously in a daze. He didn't react for at least 30 seconds and was stunned by his own actions. Since I'm a good person, why don't you take off my entire shirt? With his shirt hanging from his shoulders, Xia Jinyuan continued to shamelessly discuss the fun of tearing clothes with your bare hands. His dark and deep eyes were like an ancient well, and he smiled at Yi Qian with a dark and bottomless gaze. You're unfamiliar with the craft. Practice a few more times and you'll be able to master it one day. As he spoke, the corners of his lips curled into an ambiguous smile. He leaned close to Yi Jian's ear and whispered something softly. Yi Jian did not even think twice before biting his shoulder. Xia Jinyuan, you hooligan. You're calling me a hooligan in your heart, aren't you? Little fox, when two people are in love with each other, it's not called being a hooligan. It should be called being in love with each other. Her bite was as light as a puppy's lick. She couldn't bear to let him feel pain. She bit him, and he said what he wanted to say in his heart. His cheek gently rubbed against her ear. Under the warm light, their intertwined figures rubbed against each other. Time seemed to have stopped, and the air was sweeter than honey. Xia Jinyuan was a man of grace, gentlemanly, and responsible. However, he also had a common problem with all men, domineering. But there was something different about his domineering nature. It wasn't the kind of domineering that meant what he said, but the kind that meant what he said. It made Yi Qian feel that his sincere domineering nature contained the happiness of being pampered and cared for. He had just said, Man, there are too many people in his life, but the only one he can truly hold in his arms is his own woman. He doesn't know how to love her, but he will try his best to love her and let her know that he loves her. He will put his love into action. As a normal man, it's normal for him to have certain thoughts about the woman he loves. He hopes that one day, he can explore it with her, and he also hopes that she will accept it and not run away. The premise is that everything is based on her willingness. All along, Yi Qian felt that he wasn't someone who was easily moved, but after hearing this, he couldn't deny that he was very, very tempted. She loosened her mouth and rested her head on his shoulder. She mumbled, Your muscles are so hard. There's a little taste of salt and meat. How much did he want to eat meat? Hugging Yi Jian, who was so skinny that she hurt his hand, he stopped talking about adults. He had no choice. The little fox in his arms was no longer the little girl he first met. She should know what an 18-year-old adult should know. Bear with it. If you really want to eat, I don't mind you taking a few bites of me. Be good and go back to bed. If you don't want to sleep, you can read a book. Let's talk after I take a shower. After sleeping for a few hours, Yi Qian didn't feel sleepy. They hadn't talked for a few months, so it was good to sit and chat. Xia Jinyuan also took a quick shower. 3 minutes later, he was wearing the same fitness shorts as Yi Qian. He walked over lazily, exuding a cool aura. Turn on the light and read a book. The desk lamp is too dim, it hurts my eyes. Chapter 1139. I'm just looking through it. I don't plan on looking at it for long. After knowing each other for so long, Yi Qian could clearly feel that the topics of their conversation had changed drastically, and there was a natural intimacy between them. Looking at Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting next to her and emitting steam, Yi Qian smiled and said, You'll smell better after taking a shower. It was just past May, and the temperature in the middle of the night was cool and comfortable. Both of them were in good physical condition, so they didn't need to cover themselves with a blanket. They leaned against the headboard with a pillow behind them and chatted in a low voice. After some sweet tenderness, they started to talk about business. From July to August, the Navy Commando team will undergo frogman training. The Major General has already applied to the Navy for you, and now we're just waiting for their reply. If there are no accidents, you'll have to leave immediately after the college entrance examination results come out. You'll have to undergo about 10 days of basic training first. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking about business, had a cold expression on his face. You've never experienced the Navy's training before. It'll be good for you to go and learn for a month. Navy frogmen training? Yi Qian's eyes lit up when she heard this. She couldn't help but turn sideways. It sounds so mysterious. Is it a special force in the Navy? Pretty much, but we're used to calling it the commando team. The instructor in charge of this training is one of the top in the entire Navy. I've worked with him twice before. The first time I trained with him, I joined my current special force, and he joined the commando team. One had ambitions in the military, while the other had ambitions in the military. After half a year of working together, they each made their own mark. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly when he talked about the past. He's an amazing commando. During the same period, I often competed with him. In the end, even the instructor was worried. There was such an amazing person. Why was he worried? Did you guys fight? Yi Qian's interest was piqued. It wasn't because there was such an amazing person, but because she saw Xia Jinyuan's expression of appreciation for the soldiers he trained with in the same period. In her mind, Captain Xia was amazing enough. She didn't expect there to be someone who was on the same level as him. Her eager expression made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows. You want to see me fight with others? Then you want me to win? Or do you want me to lose? Yi Qian smiled. He wanted to see both. You can't help an outsider, little fox. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead. He laughed and said, the result you want to see is not there. After half a year of intensive training, I didn't lose, and he didn't lose either. It's a tie. Two strong soldiers walked together and were assigned to the same training team. One was wearing a white military uniform, while the other was wearing a dark green military uniform. This left a deep impression on the instructors who had trained them. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't like to talk much. I live in the same dormitory as him. I nod when I wake up in the morning, nod when I come back at night, nod when I wake up in the morning, nod when I come back at night. Nod again when I wake up in the morning, nod again when I come back at night. One day, the instructor saw us like this and said, both of you have cervical spondylosis? I see you guys pulling your necks every day. At that time, the whole team laughed. Now that I think about it, I want to laugh too. Xia Jinyuan was not stingy with his praise for the strong soldiers in the same period. This was because Li Jinyan was indeed a soldier worthy of respect. Although the two of them were from different branches of the military, they had more or less heard about him. During the fire incident in the bay, he was the one who led his commando team into the sea, risking the danger of being burned to death to save countless people. Such a strong person who was not afraid of sacrificing himself could only be admired. Chapter 1140. Yi Qian, who was listening quietly, could feel that Xia Jinyuan really admired this person. She couldn't help but laugh. Then I can't say that I know you when I go over. Don't give me too much training. Oh right, what's his name? You'll definitely get it if you give him too much training. Xia Jinyuan chuckled. This little brat was really thoughtful. Was she afraid that Li Jinyan would take revenge on her? He didn't have any enmity with Li Jinyan. They only contacted each other once or twice a year, but they didn't have any grudges. Looking at her sparkling eyes and her expression that said, Captain Xia must have been beaten up by him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have any grudges with Demon King Li. Training is training, but a soldier who doesn't fight for first place isn't considered a good soldier. We both fought for first place in training, so we have a good relationship in private. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. In her previous life, Yi Ying's mother-in-law was also surnamed Li. However, it was a secret who she married into. Even the villagers didn't know which family she married into to become an official's wife. She didn't pay attention to Yi Ying's in-laws. In her previous life, it was Yi Zhifan and Yi Ying who had harmed her. Li Jinmian is a perfectionist. Once he finds out that someone isn't up to par, or that someone is trying to get by with their wits, he won't show them any mercy. He'll immediately invite them out of his commando team. He studied at West Point for half a year, and he has a Western-style ruthlessness when dealing with people. Considering that Yi Qian would be joining Li Jinmian's team, Xia Jinyuan didn't notice the hint of gloom in Yi Qian's eyes. He picked out some classic examples that could reflect his personality. He treats everyone who joins his team equally, regardless of their status. It can be said that he has a very upright personality, and it's admirable. As he spoke, he raised his hands and rested them behind his head. His slender legs were lazily crossed with an innate elegance. His thighs would even lightly touch Yi Qian's feet from time to time. When Yi Qian glared at him, he immediately smiled and stopped. Last year, a soldier with some background joined his team. He said that he was the son of a military staff officer. That kid has some skills. He represented the country in boxing and won a silver medal. With a bit of ability and a decent background, it's hard to avoid being arrogant. On the first day, he went to the dormitory that he wasn't satisfied with. He said that he wasn't used to sharing a room with 4 people and requested for a separate room. At that time, Li Jinmian didn't say a word. He turned around and called the Navy headquarters. 2 hours later, the staff officer's son left the training camp. Everyone is equal. The same training, the same learning, no special privileges, no special treatment, no difference in status. Little fox, after you go in, he'll add a rule that says there's no distinction between men and women. After talking so much about Li Jinmian, Yi Qian's curiosity was piqued by the contents of his training. He sounds like a good person with strong principles. Then isn't the content of his training quite harsh? Xia Jinyuan pondered for a moment before answering. It's harsher than the soldiers think. Every year, he'll select a few commandos from the thousands of people in the Navy, and only 10 or 20 will be left. If you train in his team, 1 month's training will be equivalent to 3 months of training. Learn well and build a solid foundation. It'll be more helpful for your future training. Xia Jinyuan didn't belittle Li Jinmian at all. He even made Yi Qian feel his admiration for him. He wasn't worried at all that praising another man in front of his girlfriend would damage his own image and raise others. Chapter 1141. A confident man was never afraid of being compared to others. Xia Jinyuan was such a man. He was confident, calm, and would never doubt Yi Qian's loyalty to love, let alone his own charm. As the night deepened, the low voices gradually disappeared. The lights went out, and the night was quiet. Everyone was sound asleep. Li Jinmian hadn't fallen asleep yet. The blue light from the screen illuminated his handsome and cold face, revealing a sharp and cold aura. He was still writing down the contents of the selection and training for the commandos. After countless revisions, he then arranged targeted training according to the abilities of the selected commandos. He didn't type quickly. Sometimes, he had to pause for a while before he could type another line. The risk of underwater training had always been much higher than that of training on land. Take the training of being tied up and thrown into the water as an example. There were often students who choked because they couldn't untie the ropes in time. There were even some students who suddenly fainted after holding their breath for 2 minutes. Wait a minute, all kinds of dangers could happen. Team members are in groups of 2 and are connected by a partner rope. Each person must carry 100 kilograms of equipment and swim 30 kilometers together. At the same time, they must. A line of words appeared on the computer screen. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Wouldn't it take a day and a night to swim 30 kilometers with 100 kilograms of equipment? There was a knock on the door. Then, the Navy commander walked in. You're not done yet? Yes, I've finished the training for the Devil Week and the Foundation Week. Please take a look. Looking up from the computer screen, Li Jinyan picked up the folder next to his hand and handed it over. Seaweed sent a letter saying that this batch of soldiers for the primary selection wants me to practice with them. I plan to leave tomorrow afternoon, so we can practice together tonight. The Navy commander's hand that was about to take the folder froze. Then, he simply took it back. You're doing the foundation training again? I'm going, so of course I have to do it. Please take a look. Li Jinyan pretended not to see the Navy commander's action and said indifferently, also, the army wants to send people over. We'll talk about it when I come back. The Navy commander helplessly took the folder. After opening it, his furrowed brows loosened a little. He flipped to the back and sighed, Jinyan, the other party is a girl. Shouldn't you soften your attitude a little? You're just a basic training knight, how can a girl's physical fitness catch up to a marine? Moreover, she's from the army, so I'm afraid her swimming skills are only average. Listen to my advice and adjust the content slightly. Adjust it slightly? Li Jinyan smiled coldly and said indifferently, Commander, I never give special treatment to anyone. Since she's here for training, she has to follow my instructions. Also, when the army sees my training, it's still a question whether they'll send people over. The training content won't change. It's up to her whether she can persevere or not. I don't have any problems with it. This stubborn temper. Why was he so stubborn? The Navy commander glared at him. You'll suffer sooner or later with that temper of yours. Jinyan, sometimes you need to be a little softer. Don't always act according to your own ideas. If it wasn't for his beloved general, he wouldn't even bother to say a word. His heart was tired. Commander, you're thinking too much. I'm only targeting the training. The training can't be soft, and the enemy's artillery won't be soft either. I don't feel guilty about what I'm doing. There was no way he could continue writing tonight. Li Jinyan simply turned off the computer and stood up to speak to the Navy commander who was concerned about him. It's getting late. You can go back and rest. Chapter 1142. Seeing this, the Navy commander let out a long sigh. It's been hard on you, Jinyan. I know that it's normal for you to not give in. Only by being strict with yourself today will you be able to gallop on the battlefield in the future. The Storm Amphibious Frogman Commando team has been established for less than a year. You've led your team members to many meritorious deeds. The generals of the 3 major warships are very satisfied with the results of your training. What you've done is worthy of the responsibility on your shoulders. Go and rest. I've noticed that you don't turn off the lights until 3 or 4 in the morning for the past few nights. You have to hurry up with your training, but you also have to take care of your own body. Li Jinyan, who had taken down his white navy cap from the coat rack, paused for a moment. He put on his military cap and looked at the commander with his cold and deep eyes. This is my responsibility. I can't let it go. What I've done is my duty. It's about training. You don't have to persuade me anymore. There's no way to take half a step back. Moreover, you know best that our country's frogman training started late and lagged behind developed countries by a lot. Now, we can only catch up with the frogmen in developed countries by working hard. The Storm Amphibious Frogman Commando team was a brand new and the youngest force in the country's armed forces system. It had been established for less than a year. Before this, the country didn't have a specially established naval commando team. For example, the Guangzhou military region had its own frogman special forces that belonged to the Guangzhou military region. A brigade in the Southern Province military region also had one that belonged to the Southern Province military region. However, only Li Jinyan's Storm Amphibious Frogman Commando team truly belonged to the country's navy. This team had been established for less than a year and was the youngest force in the country's armed forces system. All the members were handpicked from the country's navy and army. Their physical fitness, skills, thinking, style, willpower, and quality were all first class. With such a young naval commando team, if Li Jinyan, as the captain, didn't strictly control it and increase the difficulty of training, how could he bear the responsibility? How could he answer to the country and the people? Facts have proven that choosing him as the first captain of this young armed force commando team, the Marine leaders absolutely did not make a wrong choice. Although it has been established for less than a year, their combat strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Coupled with the fact that their training places are all some deserted islands and corners, they have also become a strong mysterious force. It could be said that in terms of strength, the Navy's Storm Commandos were on the same level as the mysterious Shuayu Special Forces. Both teams were the sharp blade of our country, and they were also the special forces that were hidden in the dark and not known by others. However, there were differences between the two units. First of all, the Snowfield Brigade was established at the end of the 80s, and it had been 10 years since then. On the other hand, the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team was only established at the end of June last year. It hadn't even been a year since then. As the first captain of this unit, Li Jinyan shouldered a lot more pressure than Xia Jinyuan. Originally, he was a person who did not like to smile. Since he became the captain of the commando team, his sharp and cold handsome face became colder and colder, and his eyes became sharper. Standing in front of the Navy commander, he was full of momentum and killing intent. Also, I'm intentionally increasing the difficulty of the training. You should know what I'm trying to prevent. This is not a place where some high-ranking officials want their sons to gain military merits and get promoted. Military merits and military ranks are given to capable comrades. Commander, I won't let the brothers who have gone through life and death with me suffer. Chapter 1143. After he finished speaking, the Navy commander patted him heavily on the shoulder and said with relief, Jinyan, you never let me down. Work hard. No matter what happens, we will support you. The 3 major warships will also support you. I will not interfere with Yi Qian's matters anymore. You are the captain, so you should have full authority to make arrangements. I will not have any objections. At this point, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Li Jinyan's face. It was very faint, like a small wave in the sea that quickly splashed and disappeared, but it was enough to dissolve the coldness in his handsome face. You've always been supportive of my work. I understand. With a Navy commander who supported the progress of his work, he could avoid many external factors and make his work progress smoother and more orderly. It's my duty to support you. Let's go back to the dormitory together. It's good that you go there tomorrow. This batch of recruits is much worse than last year. They can't even compare to the soldiers you trained during that period. I don't know if it's because all the good seedlings have been selected, but I always feel that they are too impetuous and not as good as the soldiers they used to be. The Navy commander said seriously. The lights in the corridor illuminated 2 figures in the same white military uniform until they disappeared at the top of the stairs. The wind blew and the waves hit. The sentries held their steel guns and straightened their backs. They watched the surroundings with eagle-like eyes and stood guard until dawn. A new day came with the rise of the sun. Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished his morning run, brought a bowl of piping hot porridge to Yi Qian, who had just finished washing up, and said seriously, I didn't get to hear your praise in time last night. Remember to say it after you taste it. I'll wait to hear it. Sometimes, the great Major Xia could be narrow-minded. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. After he scooped a spoonful of porridge, he praised, not bad. The porridge is thick but not sticky. It's very fragrant. In order to make up for last night's lack of praise, Yi Qian drank the bowl of porridge for 10 minutes. 5 of those minutes were dedicated to praising Major Xia. In front of him, even if it was just a bowl of porridge, the smile on Yi Qian's face was more than ever. The kind of smile that came from the bottom of his heart was like the rising sun outside, bright and beautiful. In her previous life, Yi Qian was as quiet as an orchid. She was talented but failed to live up to her expectations. She rarely smiled. In this life, only Xia Jinyuan brought her endless joy and made her smile like a blooming flower. Xia Jinyuan looked at her smiling as she spoke. She was still optimistic without a trace of gloominess, and the darkness in his eyes gradually dissipated. He thought that he wouldn't have to worry about her training in the future and could really let go. Let her face it alone and adjust by herself. She wouldn't need his guidance or psychological guidance anymore. After going through so many trials and tribulations, his little fox was much more determined and mature than before. Her mental fortitude had also improved greatly, and she no longer had the hesitation she had when facing the sacrifice of her comrades. At 6:30 in the morning, Yi Qian went back to her room to pack the revision books she brought to school today. Xia Jinyuan cleaned up the dishes. After he finished cooking in the kitchen and returned to his room, he saw her standing in front of her luggage. Her side profile was slightly dark and she looked slightly serious. Yi Qian heard footsteps and turned around. She saw the tall figure walking towards her. She pursed her lips and bent down to take out a yellow training uniform from her luggage. "Captain Xia, where did you rush over from?" Looking at the unzipped luggage from last night, Xia Jinyuan smiled casually and said, "I wasn't in a hurry. I just finished my work and came over. I didn't deliberately rush over." Chapter 1144. With that said, Xia Jinyuan reached out to take back the training uniform that he had used to climb the landslide. However, Ji Yunshu's hand flashed away, preventing him from taking it back. "You were in a hurry, and you didn't even take a car. You." Yi Qian pointed at the two obvious mud marks on his knees. Although the corners of her mouth were pressed tightly together, her eyes were slightly red. "Where did you come from? How did you climb all the way?" If he had been training to climb, there would have been marks on the knees of his pants and the elbows of his sleeves. However, Yi Qian only saw the marks on his pants and not the elbows of his clothes. However, there was some mud on his sleeves, so she understood everything. It was difficult to hide something like this from her. Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to see her cry for him. He used his thumb to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes and gently explained, "When I came out, there was a landslide and the road was blocked. I wanted to catch the last bus into the city, so I had to climb over the landslide. Be good, don't cry. We often encounter this kind of thing, so don't take it to heart. Just treat it as my field training. When you cry, I feel even worse in my heart. I originally wanted to see you smile and listen to your voice, but I didn't expect that I would make you cry." The last thing he wanted to see was her tears. Drop by drop, they smashed into his heart like marbles. His handsome face was gentle as he continuously coaxed her. His mellow voice carried a hint of pity. "Don't cry. It's just climbing a landslide. Look at how sad you are." Yi Qian didn't know why she suddenly couldn't help but cry. She originally wanted to restrain herself, but when she heard his explanation, her heart suddenly tumbled, and her tears fell uncontrollably. Someone had traveled thousands of miles, even if it meant crawling, just to see her. Even though she had lived two lives and didn't know anything about sex, she understood that he really treated her differently. He really put her in his heart and gave her a headache. He loved her in a way that she could accept and guided her growth. No matter how strong her personality was, she had been too lonely in her previous life. Now that there was such a person in this life, she felt a warmth that she had never felt before. It was so warm that her heart was burning, so warm that tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. Xia Jinyuan was a little flustered. He really didn't know why she was crying. In all these years, he had only heard her cry twice. The first time was when her comrades sacrificed themselves, and the second time was right now. He really didn't expect her to cry like this. Just because he had climbed over a landslide, it had caused her to tear up in bunches. Xia Jinyuan was a natural at comforting others. He spoke in a low voice and did not repeat a single sentence. "I wouldn't be standing in front of you if something happened to me. I just wanted to see if you were okay, but I ended up making you cry. Little fox, you have to forgive me this once." He was always thinking for her, but he never considered his own hardships. Yi Qian, whose nose was slightly stuffy, held the hand that was wiping her tears. She looked up at the man whose handsome face was filled with tenderness. "Captain Xia, I will definitely take good care of myself. Just like how you take care of me, I will take good care of myself. You don't have to appear every time when my training is at its toughest. I know that you care about me a lot and are worried about me, but you really don't have to rush over every time when my training ends. I will grow as fast as possible and won't let you worry about me anymore. Yi Qian looked at the man who was crying because of her with his clear eyes. His deep, dark eyes were filled with reluctance. She tiptoed and gently planted a kiss on his chin. You're heartbroken that I traveled thousands of miles to come here. Similarly, I'm heartbroken that you've worked so hard for me. Chapter 1145. You were in such a hurry yesterday, yet you were still wearing a white shirt. You clearly put away your dirty clothes in advance and purposely put them on because you didn't want me to worry. Since you know that I would be worried, don't tire yourself out like this in the future, okay? In order to not tire Xia Jinyuan out again, Yi Qian even resorted to seducing him with her beauty. She paused after every sentence, then kissed him gently on the chin. She kissed him back and forth, whispering sweet words to him in a soft voice. It was early in the morning, but the young major's heart was already racing. His long arms wrapped around her slender waist. Xia Jinyuan kissed the little mouth that was messing with his emotions. He nibbled on her soft lips and sucked deeply. Sometimes he was gentle and sometimes he was domineering. Her breaths were intertwined with his. Their breaths were so intertwined that they could no longer tell who was who. The sudden deep breath made Yi Qian's body tremble slightly. Her trembling hands wrapped around his muscular waist. She stood on her heels and used her lips and tongue to kiss the man who gave her a sense of security and love. Her active response made Xia Jinyuan very happy. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least she didn't cry anymore. People always said that women were made of water. He didn't believe it at first, but now he really believed it. His little fox, who didn't even blink when she saw blood, suddenly burst into tears. Her tears fell like strings, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Last time, he was prepared when she cried for her comrades who had sacrificed themselves. This time, she cried because she had climbed down the slope. He really didn't have any time to prepare, and it was completely out of his expectations. Their relationship had been progressing well ever since the love letter, but they were still separated more than they were together, so they lacked the intimate interaction between lovers. If they really wanted to interact with each other, both of them were the type of people who could restrain themselves. They wouldn't let anything happen to them. After the kiss, the two of them pressed their foreheads against each other and quickly adjusted their breathing. Xia Jinyuan was tall, so when he lowered his head, he could see Yi Qian's well-developed chest rising and falling right in front of his eyes. He thought to himself, this is really going to kill me. Then he closed his eyes and stopped looking at the scene that was going to kill him. Yi Qian, who exercised all year round, not only did she develop well, her body proportions were also perfect. Her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and her breasts were firm. Coupled with her imposing manner, she attracted the attention of boys wherever she went. When Xia Jinyuan walked her to the back door of the provincial first high school, she saw several boys looking at her. However, they didn't look like they were in love with her. Instead, they looked confused. It's only been 7 days. How did Yi Qian become so thin? Also, who was the man beside her? He had never seen it before. When another two boys glanced over again, Major Xia slightly straightened his expression and swept his gaze over them. Without doing anything, he killed the two boys and made them leave in a panic. Let's go, it's so scary. Who's that man? Why did Yi Qian lose so much weight? The two boys from grade 2 class 2 whispered to each other as they walked quickly. Yi Qian was definitely a celebrity in the provincial first high school. There wasn't a student from grade 1 to grade 3 who didn't know her. It couldn't be helped. Every year at the opening ceremony, she would go on stage as the student representative. The teachers of each class would often say to their students, "Look at your senior, Yi Qian. Look at your senior, Yi Qian. Look at Yi Qian from grade 3 class 1. Look at her, look at her. Her grades are good enough, right? She's still so hard-working." Chapter 1146. Look at you, your grades are a mess, yet you're still not working hard. Do you think you're good? If you're really good, learn from Yi Qian. If you're half as good as her, I won't even care if you sleep in class. In the second year of high school, Yi Qian had always been compared to others. She had to compete with them every day without fail. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if someone didn't recognize her. Because they recognized her, when they saw a young man with a strong aura beside her, their gazes lingered on her longer than usual. Who's that man? His gaze is so scary. He must be Yi Qian's brother. They look a little alike. The way they walk and their expressions are similar. They look like siblings. Are you crazy? Yi Qian doesn't have a brother. She's the only one left at home. How can he be her brother? But they do look a little alike. Cousin? Cousin? Distant relative. 7:20 in the morning was the peak time for school. There were many people at the front gate and back gate. Students who passed by would usually pay attention to Yi Qian, and some would even come over to greet her. However, none of them did that today. They all looked at her silently and then left. Why did she lose so much weight? Is she sick? She did lose weight, but she doesn't look like she's sick. She's in good spirits. Who's the person beside her? He's quite handsome, but his gaze is a little scary. I don't dare to look at him too much. Some of the whispers reached their ears clearly, while others were muffled and couldn't be heard clearly. Even if they reached his ears, it didn't affect Xia Jinyuan. He smiled and walked elegantly to school with Yi Qian. Everyone says you've lost weight. I'm afraid they think you've lost weight because of a scary man like me. Am I scary? I don't think so. I look decent. It was the first time Xia Jinyuan was accompanying his future girlfriend to school. The corners of his mouth were raised high. Although they weren't holding hands, he could at least show his face in front of the provincial first high school students to make his presence felt. Although his identity hadn't been recognized, it was good to be able to walk in front of her classmates. Don't think too much, Captain Xia. They looked at me first, then you. You, take a second look. When he said that he wanted to send her to school, he already knew that there would definitely be many students sizing her up. As a matter of fact, he didn't know how many gazes he received along the way. Yi Qian said with a smile. He nodded at a girl who was smiling at him and politely said, "Good morning." Then he continued to speak to Xia Jinyuan, "But you're right about one thing. I'm afraid they really think that I've lost weight because of you." He returned to the team in the afternoon. The distance from the residential area to the campus was less than 400 meters. Walking slowly for 10 minutes became the time they spent together. She wanted to spend more time with him, even if they were seen by their classmates. In the past, she was afraid that he would be influenced by an underage student because of his identity as a soldier. Now that she was 18 years old, what did she have to be afraid of? Hurry up and go. I'll visit you again when I'm free. Xia Jinyuan walked Yi Qian all the way to the back gate of the school. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers. He stood by the side, looking handsome and elegant. His eyes contained a gentle smile as he watched Yi Qian enter the school. The boys would look at Yi Qian more often, while the girls would secretly look at Xia Jinyuan more often. He stood tall and slender among the students. His handsome face contained a deep and charming smile. Even if he only smiled at Yi Qian, it still made the hearts of the girls who walked past him palpitate. Chapter 1147. Even though she didn't say a word, she couldn't help but blush when she walked past him. Yi Qian, who had already entered the school, smirked when he saw this. So many people were looking at him. Fine, this was the first time she felt a little jealous. Captain Xia. Yi Qian walked up to him and gestured for him to lower his head with a smile. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yi Qian suddenly kissed Major Xia, who was bending down with his head lowered. Gasps could be heard all around. Both the boys and girls watched as the good student of their school, Yi Jian, kissed a man's face. I'm going to school. See you next time, my good brother. After the kiss, Yi Qian looked at Major Xia, who was stunned by his actions, and felt even better. He waved at him, and amidst the gasps, Yi Qian turned around and walked into the school gate without any pressure. Xia Jinyuan was really dumbfounded. Just a second ago, he was still thinking that his identity could not be exposed. The next second, his little fox, who never acted according to common sense, kissed him. She kissed him in front of at least 30 students. After the kiss, she even called him good brother to confuse the public. The major touched the cheek that had been kissed, and the corners of her mouth curled up even higher. She even smiled at the few male students who were staring at her in horror. With a noble temperament, she elegantly left the school through the back door. That's right, his little fox finally admitted his identity. After 4 years of waiting, he finally saw the light of day. Breaking news. Yi Qian just kissed a boy at the back of the school gate. It was absolutely true. Countless students saw it with their own eyes. That's right. I'm not lying to you. It really happened. She really kissed a guy. That guy was so handsome and had such a strong aura. He was said to be Yi Qian's older brother. They did look a little alike, but they didn't know if he was her older brother. Even before the morning self-study period, news of Yi Qian kissing a guy spread like wildfire. Instantly, the classrooms of every grade were filled with gasps of disbelief. That's impossible. She really kissed him. It can't be. You really saw it? Fuck. Really? The goddess in our hearts really kissed a man? What does he look like? Handsome? Ugly? Damn, is he that handsome? It can't be. And it's very high. There was no Yi Qian in the class, so he could only ask. Meanwhile, some of the grade 12 class 1 students were staring at Yi Qian. Their eyes were like searchlights, trying to find some clues from her face. This time, Xianxia did not hesitate to take the lead. She squeezed onto the same stool as Yi Qian and said with a worried look, "There are only 40 days left until the college entrance exam. Yi Qian, why are you kissing a man? If you really want to kiss me, you have to do it in secret. Why did you kiss me in public? You have to pay attention to your image, okay? You have to pay attention to your influence. Let me tell you, the whole school knows about it now, everyone knows about it. Even teacher wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Just wait, I'll definitely have a heart-to-heart talk with you later." The girl who was listening by the side was extremely anxious. Why didn't she get to the point? She kept shushing her and said, "Are you in a relationship? What does that guy do? Where is he from? When did you date? Xianxia, get to the point, get to the point." Damn, she was asking all the point. And Xianxia turned her head to glare at the girl who was urging her and said, "When did you date? Why is there no news at all? Who is that guy? Is he reliable? What does he do? Do you even know about it?" Chapter 1148. After she asked the question, all the students held their breaths and waited for Yi Qian to answer calmly. Then, someone rushed into the classroom like a gust of wind and shouted, "Holy shit, I just heard someone say that Yi Qian kissed a man who was so handsome that he angered both men and gods. She even took the initiative to kiss him. Do any of you know?" The classroom was very quiet, but the boy's voice was exceptionally loud. The students who were waiting for Yi Qian's answer turned to glare at the boy who came late. All the students sitting in the classroom knew. "You're the only one who knows. So handsome that he angered both men and gods?" Yi Qian laughed and pondered for a while before saying, "Not so handsome that he angered both men and gods. But, handsome, he is indeed a little handsome." And Xianxia rubbed her forehead and forced a smile. She asked, "Jane Eyre, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Can you answer me a little? You dared to run a red light at a critical moment. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Everyone was only concerned about who Yi Qian kissed, but Xianxia's focus was completely different. She was afraid that something would happen to Yi Qian, and at this time, something would happen to him. "No, don't worry." Yi Qian comforted her and smiled. "I'll tell you who he is in the future. It's a little inconvenient now. But I can tell you that he is indeed someone who is very close to me. Our relationship is far from what you have seen. Everyone's curiosity can be quelled. It was just a normal kiss. Don't tell me that the couples in class don't know what a normal kiss is. This is what it is. The few couples in the class kissed normally. Yi Jian just didn't say it out loud. The students of grade 12 class 1 immediately understood. A few boys screamed and said, "She's already taken." There's no hope for all of them. Go, 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 turn your grief into strength and learn. The whole class burst into laughter. If they were to talk about it, they wouldn't be surprised. It was just a small matter. Who didn't have a crush on someone? Who didn't fantasize about kissing someone in their heart? As for Yi Qian, his grades were at the forefront, and his actions were also at the forefront. They couldn't compare. Are you sure? Are you sure? The students dispersed, but Xianxia didn't leave. She said softly, "You always have your own way of doing things. If you say it's fine, then it's fine." Oh, damn, I was scared to death just now. I was just getting breakfast when I heard a bunch of people talking about how Yi Qian kissed a man. A very, very handsome man. How handsome. And Xianxia had always believed in Yi Qian. When she said that she was fine, her worries were immediately swept away. She giggled and asked, "There's only one handsome man I've ever seen, and that's the handsome military officer who taught us about precautionary measures in junior high. TSK, that's what I call handsome. He's so handsome that I'm drooling." As she spoke, she pretended to wipe the corner of her mouth. "I'm drooling all over the floor." She still remembered. Yi Qian smiled meaningfully and said, "Yes, he is. Next time, I'll bring you to meet him." "No way, he's really that handsome." Okay, bring me to meet him. Bring me to meet him." And Xianxia immediately nodded. Then she touched Yi Qian's arm and frowned as she stared at her wrist. "What happened? You've lost so much weight in 7 days. Where did you go?" "I went to do something. I didn't eat much." "It's fine. I'll be fine after a few days." Just then, the morning self-study bell rang. Yi Qian gestured for her to quickly return to her seat. "I'll be fine here. It won't affect anything. Hurry back to your seat." Chapter 1149. Since Yi Qian dared to kiss him, she was not afraid that something would happen. Moreover, she did not do anything bad. What impact could it have? Affect her studies? No. Even if she went home and rested until the day of the college entrance exam, it would not affect her studies. Affect her classmates? She did not date anyone in school, nor did she go around talking about who she dated. What impact could it have? The teachers naturally knew about it. How could they not know about it when the entire school knew about it? The school doesn't have to worry about this. I know who that man is. He is someone who has known Yi Qian for many years. Principal Chao smiled at the worried teacher Tong. You don't have to mention it or worry about it. It won't affect Yi Qian's exams. Principal Chao was not surprised at all when he heard the news. He had long noticed that Major Xia treated Yi Qian differently. Now that Yi Qian had turned 18, there was some progress in their relationship. The two of them were already restraining themselves. If she could restrain herself from falling in love, why would she be afraid of anything else? There was no need to worry at all. Nothing would happen. Since the principal had said so, Teacher Tong did not look for Yi Qian to have a heart-to-heart talk. The school did not intervene. The incident of Yi Qian kissing a man faded away on the third day with the arrival of the midterm exams. The midterm exams were for the first to second year of high school. The third year of high school was a mock college entrance exam. The entire school was quiet. Only the sound of writing could be heard in the classroom. Old Madame Yi stood at the school gate and looked at the deserted campus. She said to Yi Zhifan, who had accompanied her, "Zhifan, ask the security guard when the students will be dismissed. Also, ask around where Yi Qian's form teacher is. I'll go talk to her first. She was quite capable. She even managed to get into the provincial #1 middle school. But she was too disobedient. Yi Zhifan had always been good at pretending. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "Okay, then you rest first. I'll go ask around." After 2 minutes, he came back. What a coincidence. It's the midterm exams. I asked the security guard to call Miss Jian's form teacher. We can only go in when she arrives. Mom, what kind of lousy school is this? Don't you have any respect for your elders? Yi Zhixiang, who was dressed in bright red, frowned and said in disgust, Lei and Xianxia should go to an elite school. Mom, I don't like this kind of place. Yi Zhifan glanced at her and said calmly, being able to enter the provincial first high school is equivalent to having one foot in the door of a university. Whether Lei and Xianxia can enter is still unknown. Here, it mainly depends on the results. What do you mean by looking at the results? Donate 100 to 200,000 yuan to their school, and my 2 sons can enter whenever they want. They can even choose their teachers. Yi Zhixiang rolled her eyes at her brother and curled her lips in disdain. Besides, I'm going to send them abroad to further their studies. Who asked them to stay in the country? Yaozu and I are even considering becoming American citizens. Old Madam Yi did not like her daughter's exaggeration and said unhappily, don't talk about things that have no basis in reality. The province's #1 middle school is a century-old school. It's not a school you can enter just because you want to. Also, don't keep talking about what school you want to join. I don't like to hear that. Ever since Sun Yaozu's identity was cleared, old Madam Yi clearly felt that her daughter and son-in-law did not like to listen to her. But she had no choice and could only accept it. But that did not mean that she could not do anything. She still had to deal with Yi Qian's matter. One did not want Yi Qian to ride on her daughter's head, the other did not want Yi Qian to stand out. Both of them wanted to get what they wanted, so they still had to rely on her at crucial times. Chapter 1150. The whole school was in the middle of a midterm exam. Even if the school guard connected the phone to the teacher's office, Teacher Tong could only come out after she was done invigilating the exam. The weather in May was not too hot. Sitting under the shade of a tree and chatting for 10 to 20 minutes could pass in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Zhixiang had no intention of chatting at all. After standing for less than 5 minutes, she said impatiently, "Why hasn't she come out yet? Brother, hurry her up. What is she doing? We've been waiting for so long and there's still no sign of her." She was standing outside the school like a fool. She thought that her family valued that wretched girl a lot. "Zhixiang, go back to the car and wait. Don't walk around in front of me. You're making me dizzy." Seeing that her daughter was so impatient, old Madam Yi asked her to go back to the car so that she would not leave a bad impression on the teacher. She also wanted to play the family card in front of the teacher. She wanted to let the teacher know that it was not that the family could not tolerate Yi Qian, but that the girl was too wild and could not tolerate the family. She wanted to control the teacher's attitude first and then let the teacher lecture Yi Qian. She wanted to see if she knew how to respect the teacher and whether she had any sense of propriety and shame. Old Madam Yi was definitely an expert in handling family matters. After learning about Yi Qian from Yi Zhifan, she immediately decided not to go to Yi Qian directly. She would go to the teacher first and ask the teacher to stand on her family's side. When the time was right, she would wipe away a few drops of tears and cry. She did not believe that the girl could escape unscathed. In terms of success, Yi Zhifan was definitely skilled in politics. However, he was not half as good as old Madam Yi when it came to handling family matters. As for Yi Zhixiang, needless to say, she had not learned anything at all. She believed that there was nothing in the world that could not be solved with money. Yi Zhixiang really went back to her imported red BMW. Old Madam Yi secretly frowned as she watched her leave. This was also the reason why she did not want to fall out with Yi Zhifan. With a brother who was an official protecting her, Sun Yaozu would have some misgivings. "Zhifan, your sister has a straightforward personality. As her brother, you should teach her more in the future. I'm old, and I can't care so much about your matters. In the future, your sister can only rely on you. I hope you'll take good care of your sister on account of how well I've treated you all these years. When Lei Lei and Xingxing grow up, your sister will have someone to rely on in her next life. Old Madame Yi had always doted on her own daughter. Now that she was old, seeing that her daughter couldn't keep her cool, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control Sun Yaozu in the future. When the time came, she would divorce and become an abandoned woman. After returning to the southern province for so long, this was the first time old Madame Yi had really put down her old face and begged her adopted son to take care of her for her sake. It could be seen that she no longer trusted her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. For the sake of his daughter, he was willing to throw away his pride. However, Yi Zhifan smiled faintly. Mom, you're worried that Zhixiang won't be able to protect her, but why can't I see that you're worried that no one will protect Yingying in the future? Mom, don't you think the world is still fair? Your daughter doesn't have anyone to protect her, and mine doesn't either. It's really fair. His words made old Madame Ye's eyelids twitch. That matter. She was indeed a little too cruel. She was also a little too young back then. She was afraid that her second daughter-in-law would get pregnant with a boy and take away the Yi family's assets. You still blame me in the end. I know. Old Madame Yi let out a long sigh. Her youthful spirit instantly withered with that sigh. She suddenly felt that she had aged a lot. Chapter 1151. In the face of old Madame Ye's remorse, Yi Zhifan's expression was very calm. More than 10 years had passed, and the things that made him so angry that he wanted to kill someone were now over. His daughter Yi Ying's studies were good and she was ambitious. If she really had a son, it might not be as good as a daughter. He said it just to provoke old Madame Yi. Old Madame Yi didn't know that he only wanted to provoke her. For her daughter to have a backer in the future, no matter how angry she was, she had to suppress it. What happened back then was my fault. Zhifan, if you want to blame someone, blame me. It has nothing to do with your sister. Mom knows that she was wrong. Now, I can only do my best to make up for what I owe you. If you really can't let it go, then blame this old fart. Now that he saw that she had something to ask of him, he started to put on airs in front of her. Endure, she could only endure. Who knew that the seed she brought back from the side branch would be so promising? Look at what you're saying. You're my mother. How could I blame you? Alright, let's not talk about the past. Yi Zhifan stopped talking about it. When old Madame Yi said, now, I just want to make it up to you like back then. Her meaning was very clear. That year, when he found out that his wife had been sterilized, he went to find old Madame Yi the night he came back. That day, many things happened one after another. It was also that night that he found out that he wasn't old Madame Ye's biological son. The reason why she didn't want her wife to have a second child was very simple. She didn't want her daughter-in-law, who had no blood relations with her, to have another boy. In order to suppress the matter, old Madame Yi proposed to split Sun Xueqing's pension into 2 parts. One for him, and the other for Yi Zhixiang. As for the jade pendant, she could pretend that she didn't see it. At the same time, she would leave the village with Yi Zhixiang and not interfere with anything, including the election of village officials. As for him, he would no longer pursue old Madame Ye's responsibility and would no longer think about having a boy. At the same time, he would use the jade pendant as a condition to watch over Yi Qian. He could give her food, but he definitely couldn't let her become a talent. After so many years of twists and turns, the only thing that could not be allowed to happen was the matter of Yi Qian becoming a talent. However, there was still one thing that he didn't understand back then. Yi Zhifan thought about it and asked directly, Big brother shouldn't be uncle's son, right? Back then, which family did you send uncle's son to? This question made old Madame Ye's face darken. Zhifan, this wasn't part of our deal. Your uncle's son is Yi Qian's father. Something happened to him and he died outside. Yi Zhifan's expression darkened slightly. He smiled and said, don't be angry. I only asked because I heard that IQ is hereditary. I thought that Yi Qian was so good at studying. Big brother doesn't have such a high IQ. Sister-in-law is smart, but she's not as smart as Yi Qian. Also, don't you think it's strange that Yi Qian doesn't look like big brother at all? He looks 60% like sister-in-law, but I don't know who he got the other 40% from. Old Madame Ye's face was not only dark, but also cold. That's why before I left the village, I repeatedly reminded you to watch over that damned girl. You can't let her have the chance to become a talent. As she spoke, her voice was tense and filled with disgust. Your sister-in-law married Yi Xinfan for less than a month and said that she had a child. Then, the child was born before a month. She was obviously unclean before she married him, bringing someone else's bastard child into our Yi family. Chapter 1152. Yi Xinfan, Yi Qian's father, was an honest villager. When he was young, Yi Xifan had never been afraid of his big brother. Now that he knew something he didn't know, Yi Xifan nodded and said without a trace of surprise, "No wonder the little girl didn't follow big brother. She's not big brother's child. She didn't look like Yi Qian, she didn't have the same IQ, and she didn't have the same way of doing things. It made sense that she wasn't big brother's child. What about big uncle's son?" The elders in the village said that when Big Aunt came back with Big Uncle, the whole village was shocked. Even the way she walked and spoke was like a fairy. They even said that she was so beautiful that a notorious villain in town wanted to take her for himself. Yi Xifan looked at old Madame Yi and found that her eyelids were drooping, as if she didn't want him to see the expression in her eyes. It seemed that old Madame Yi had some misgivings about Big Uncle's family and his son. Big Aunt was an outsider. When she came back with Big Uncle, even the way she walked and spoke was like a fairy. This meant that Big Aunt was very elegant back then. To be able to raise such a beautiful and elegant daughter in that era, it was definitely not something an ordinary family could raise. Since Big Aunt had an extraordinary background, why did she come back with Big Uncle? Also, that era was extremely chaotic. Fight the landlord, fight the capitalists. Many rich families married their daughters off to 3 generations of poor farmers. Old Madame Yi, for example, married into the family. Could it be that Big Aunt was the same? An outsider following his uncle to a poor mountain village. Yi Xifan couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he thought about it. He had always suspected that there was someone behind Yi Qian. Could it be that Big Aunt's family found her and took Yi Qian as Big Aunt's granddaughter and raised her in secret? It wasn't impossible. Beside him, old Madame Yi, who was gradually calming down, said, "I raised your big brother for a while, so I have some feelings for him. If that little girl really is his child, I don't need you to raise her." His face lost some of its gloominess, leaving behind only disgust. Only Sun Xueqing knows whose child that wretched girl is. Mom, about Auntie. Yi Xifan still wanted to ask about the past, but the school bell rang, signaling the end of the first exam. Old Madame Yi directly interrupted him. "The exam is over. Go and urge the school guard to call the teacher again." It was obvious that old Madame Yi did not want to talk about her uncle's family at all. Yi Xifan felt that he had found a clue to find out who was behind Yi Qian, but he did not intend to tell old Madame Yi. When Teacher Tong returned to the office with the test papers, an invigilator who had just finished class said, "Teacher Tong, Yi Qian's grandmother from your class is outside the school. She said she has something to discuss with you." Yi Qian's grandmother? There was a trace of surprise on Teacher Tong's face. Yi Qian had a grandma? After thanking the teacher for informing her, Teacher Tong went directly to the school gate. Through the school gate, she saw an old woman wearing a modified Republic of China costume standing outside. Beside her was a woman in a red dress. Even from a distance, she could see that she was very elegant. As for the person on the right of the old woman, Teacher Tong could not help but tense up. Yi Ying's father was now a cadre in the provincial government. "You must be my granddaughter's form teacher, Teacher Tong." Old Madame Ye's round face smiled amiably. She greeted her with a kind expression. "Teacher Tong, thank you for making the trip. I am Yi Qian's grandmother. I haven't seen my granddaughter for a long time and I miss her very much." Sigh, I just wanted to come and see if she was doing well. Chapter 1153. As she spoke, she raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Teacher Tong saw that this elegant old lady was using a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. She then looked at the old lady's clothes. There was not a single wrinkle on the old lady's clothes. There were delicate flowers embroidered on the sleeves. She wore a navy blue pleated dress that was long enough to reveal the toes of her shoes. As she looked down, Teacher Tong realized that the old lady was even wearing embroidered shoes. She was obviously rich. Such a rich grandmother coming to her door. Teacher Tong's heart skipped a beat. She maintained her composure and said politely, "You're too kind. As far as I know, Yi Qian is an orphan." Before the second year of the Lunar New Year, she had been living with Mr. Yi. As for her grandmother, "I'm sorry, old madam, I've never heard of her." "Teacher Tong, can we talk inside the school? There are some things that can't be explained clearly while standing." Old Madam Yi could tell that the teacher was protecting Yi Qian. Well, that brat's grades were not bad. Teachers would always protect good students. Yi Zhifan said, "Teacher Tong, I miss my granddaughter. I came all the way here just to see Yi Qian. If you think there's a problem, you can ask me and verify if my mother is Yi Qian's grandmother." "How about that?" Teacher Tong could not help but laugh. "Mr. Yi, you're exaggerating. I don't need to verify anything. It's just a routine understanding. As teachers, we have the responsibility to protect the safety of our students." She really couldn't believe that such a dignified grandmother would suddenly appear. How could she not be suspicious? "Teacher Tong, are you afraid that we'll kidnap Yi Qian or something? My mother and I sat in the car for more than 10 hours just to see Yi Qian." "What, is your teacher going to stop a grandmother from seeing her granddaughter? You're being too nosy." Yi Zhixiang's tone was particularly aggressive. Teacher Tong said in a low voice, "Madam, I'm a teacher. I have my responsibilities. Please be more polite." "Thank you." Yi Zhixiang's face turned red, then white. If it wasn't for old Madam Ye's words, she probably would have gotten serious with Miss Tong. "Teacher Tong, I have also been waiting outside for half an hour. If you have doubts, it means that you are a teacher and truly care about my granddaughter." Old Madam Yi once again used the silk handkerchief in her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Her voice was choked with sobs as she said, "This child has had a hard life, but it's all thanks to you. With a good person like you taking care of her, she grew up smoothly. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking care of my granddaughter." Thank you." Seeing an old woman apologizing, crying, and thanking her from time to time, Teacher Tong, who was a little vigilant, finally invited the three of them to her office. "Yi Qian still has an exam later, so it's not convenient for me to bring you to see her. Let's go to the principal's office first and wait for her to finish her exam before we call her over." Teacher Tong had always been cautious when it came to Yi Qian. Now that an old lady had suddenly appeared and was even brought here by Yi Ying's father, Teacher Tong felt uncomfortable whenever she thought about how Yi Ying had treated Yi Qian in school. She had to let Principal Chow know and let him come out to greet her. Principal Chow was also surprised by old Madam Ye's arrival. He had never heard of Yi Qian having a grandmother. While pouring water, he secretly said to Teacher Tong, "Go and call old Shen over. Tell him that Yi Qian's grandmother is here." Chapter 1154. Old Shen was the only one who knew about Yi Qian's situation in school. Before he came, they would wait and see why this so-called grandma was here. Yi Qian hadn't appeared for a few years. Now that the college entrance exam was about to begin, she came looking for them. Her intentions were unclear, and she seemed a little unfriendly. Teacher Tong took the opportunity to go to the library. Since she was here, she must have something to do with Yi Qian. But she had to think about why she was here. Principal Chen was organizing the new batch of books in school when he heard that Yi Qian's grandma was here. He put away the books in his hands and smiled. "Sorry for troubling you, Teacher Tong. I'll go over right now. You don't have to tell Yi Qian. Don't affect her exams." Don't worry, I'll take care of Yi Qian. It's just that her grandma came with Yi Ying's father. You might need to be more careful. Teacher Tong didn't want to badmouth her former student's parents, so she reminded him implicitly. She had never heard Yi Qian mention such a dignified grandma. She felt that something was wrong. Principal Chen didn't panic at old Madame Ye's arrival. Ever since old Uncle Jen told him everything, he had a deeper understanding of Yi Qian's family matters. In addition, she came over during the spring festival to say that she wanted to move Yi Qian's household registration. It could be said that Principal Chen had been waiting for old Madame Yi to come. Now that she was here, he would meet her. Principal Chen walked calmly towards the teacher's building. Old Madame Yi was definitely here for Yi Qian's household registration. There were only 40 days left until Yi Qian's college entrance exam. Old Madame Yi was here with evil intentions. She thought about how Yi Qian had persevered all these years. No matter how tired she was, she never said that she would give up. Why? Wasn't it to fight for a way out for herself? In the end, there were always some dirty people who jumped out to make trouble for her. Looks like there will be more trouble in the future. Principal Chen said softly. A terrifying light flashed across the sniper's eyes. If they really made trouble, he wouldn't let them have a good time. If he dared to ruin Jian Yiling's future, he would have to get past him first. In the principal's office, old Madame Yi was complaining so much that her voice was trembling. Her amiable face was filled with sorrow as she sobbed. My granddaughter has never been close to me since she was young. She has a strong personality and will remember even the slightest thing in her heart. She won't forget it for a long time. Back then, I wanted to take her with me, but she didn't agree and insisted on staying at Uncle's house. It's not bad to have her own uncle to take care of her, so I didn't try to persuade her any further. I thought that since it was her uncle who was taking care of her and she was still in the village, she would be used to living there. Who would have thought that the older the child is, the more ideas he has? He has been stubborn against my second son without saying a word. He doesn't recognize his own uncle or aunt. Now, he doesn't even recognize me as his grandmother. He only cares about his own personality and doesn't leave any leeway for his family. For his sake, I've been worried sick. I recite sutras every day, hoping that Bodhisattva will bless him and keep him safe and everything will go smoothly. As she spoke, old Madame Yi touched the string of red sandalwood Buddha balls on her wrist. She had been twirling them for many years until they were shiny. She softly chanted, Amitabha. She continued, now that I see that he is promising, my years of reciting sutras were not in vain. Yi Qian was promising, her years of reciting sutras were not in vain. She wanted to say that the reason Yi Qian was so good at reading was all because of her reciting sutras. Principal Chen, who was waiting for Principal Chen to come over, was not so easily led by the nose by an old lady. He smiled warmly and said, it's good to believe in Buddha. First, it's to have peace of mind. Second, it's to have things go smoothly. Third, it's to have peace of mind. Chapter 1155. She talked for 5 to 6 minutes, but Principal Chow was neither cold nor warm. She could not even tell his attitude. Old Madame Yi picked up the disposable cup on the coffee table and took a sip of water. It seemed that the wretched girl was deeply liked by the teachers and leaders in the school. That would be troublesome. If they all liked her, it was unlikely that the teachers would reprimand her. Principal, can I go to the classroom to take a look? I just want to take a look. I won't disturb her. Is that okay? Old Madame Yi immediately changed her mind to prevent the principal from reading her mind. To be honest, I came here once last year, but the door was shut in my face. The child is all grown up and we can't say anything. Sigh, I can only trouble the school to teach her. Outside the door, Principal Chen knocked on the door with a cold look on his face. He only pushed the door open when he heard Principal Chow say, come in. Before the door closed, Principal Chen smiled and said, which one of you is Yi Qian's grandmother? I've been teaching her for 4 years, but I've never seen her have a grandmother, nor have I heard of such a thing. Principal Chow, you're not lying to me, are you? You don't know? Principal Chow already knew what he was implying. He stood up from his desk and introduced, "This is Yi Qian's grandmother. You've been teaching in Fujian town for so many years, how could you not know?" Even old Chen did not know about Yi Qian's grandmother. Things were even more fishy. Principal Chow's eyes darkened. He turned to Yi Zhifan and introduced, "This is Yi Qian's uncle. I know him. As for this lady, she says she's Yi Qian's aunt." "Old Chen, don't tell me that you don't know her." Old Madam Yi couldn't help but blush when she said that she didn't know him and that she didn't know him. Both of them were saying that she did not care about the wretched girl and that there must be something wrong with her. "I know Mr. Yi. He used to be the mayor of Fujian town. We're old friends." Principal Chen laughed heartily and reached out to shake hands with Yi Zhifan politely. "Long time no see, Mr. Yi." Yi Zhifan shook his hand politely. "Long time no see, Principal Chen. My mother just came back from the coastal area and wanted to meet her granddaughter. Who knew that the school didn't believe her? She's old and can't stand the stimulation. She just wants to see her granddaughter and leave. So this is Principal Chen." I know. Old Madam Yi stood up. Halfway through her sentence, she wiped the corner of her eyes with her handkerchief. I know. You've been taking care of my granddaughter. Thank you so much." It was another person who took care of the wretched lass. He didn't look like someone who was easy to get along with and talk to. Strike first to gain the initiative. Let's see what he has to say. Was there any justice in this world? A grandmother who came to visit her granddaughter was treated as a swindler. If she wasn't allowed to look, she wouldn't leave school today. Principal Chen sat in the guest chair and smiled faintly at old Madame Ye's gratitude. "This is Miss Jian's grandmother. She doesn't look like her grandmother. She and Miss Jian seem like people from two different worlds. Old Madame Yi is dressed in a dignified manner. Miss Jian doesn't look like old Madame Ye's granddaughter at all. The school uniform is the same throughout the year and the school grants are all used to buy learning materials. Every dollar and a dime is spent." Hearing this, old Madame Ye's heart tightened. Not good. The man in front of her probably knew what was going on at home. She lowered her gaze slightly and looked at her own clothes. Old Madame Yi secretly gritted her teeth. Chapter 1156. No wonder the brat was becoming more and more disobedient. She had someone guiding her. "No, I must get the brat's household register today. Otherwise, if I let her go out again, she'll be a troublemaker in the future. She'll definitely be rebellious and make the family restless." Chen. Old Madame Yi wanted to interrupt and speak up for herself, but Principal Chen looked up slightly. The hostility in his eyes was so strong that old Madame Yi almost bit her tongue. Principal Chen continued calmly, "Little Jian is studying in the town's middle school. I've observed her secretly. A pair of sandals has to be worn for 2 years, and a pair of canvas shoes has to be worn for 2 spring, autumn, and winter. On the other hand, Mr. Ye's daughter has new clothes and shoes all year round. It's obvious that she's loved by her grandmother and loved by her parents. Old madam, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Little Jian is a poor brat. How could she have a grandmother like you? I'm old and my memory isn't so good. And Mr. Yi, you're a cultured person. You should know that the college entrance examination is coming soon. Third-year high school students have to work hard in the last 40 days. No matter what happens outside, it shouldn't affect the student's studies. If I remember correctly, your daughter, Yi Ying, should be, throughout." Headmaster Chen spoke with a smile and did not say anything inappropriate. Literally speaking, he was just stating a fact and did not have any other intentions. He only wanted to express his own opinion and did not make any personal attacks. Those who weren't familiar with him wouldn't think too deeply about it. They would think that the old madam was old and confused. Those who knew the inside story would be able to understand the meaning behind her words. You, as a grandmother, dress so well, eat so well, and drink so much. On the other hand, your own granddaughter doesn't have a pair of new shoes or new clothes all year round. Even her school fees are funded by the school. How dare you jump out and say that you're Yi Jian's grandmother? Principal Chen had a good grasp of the rhythm of his words. There were a few times when old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang wanted to interrupt, but they were blocked by his next sentence. They could only listen the whole time and didn't have a chance to interrupt. After he finished speaking, old Madame Yi's face was very pale. This man knew everything about her family. He knew everything. If she continued, it would be a sophistry. No, I can't play the family card anymore. I can't play it anymore. If no one knew the inside story, she was confident that she could persuade the teachers. Now that there was someone who knew the inside story, the more she said, the more it would arouse the disgust of the school leaders and teachers. She had to change her method. Old Madame Yi was still trying to figure out a way to regain control of the situation when Yi Zhixiang couldn't help but say, "Is it necessary for all of you to know whether or not my mother is Yi Qian's grandmother? We're only looking for Yi Qian, not you. I advise you not to stretch your hands too far, don't meddle too much. What do other people's family matters have to do with you?" Yi Zhixiang, who was finally able to speak, pulled a long face and scolded with arrogance, "This is my family's business. Why are you, an outsider, interfering?" Old Madame Yi did not stop her. Apart from the fact that her attitude could easily be caught, her daughter was telling the truth. Why should she let an outsider interfere with her family's business? Principal Chen glanced coldly at Yi Zhixiang. His eyes were filled with the hidden ruthlessness of a sniper. Yi Zhixiang was so frightened that her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't maintain the arrogance on her face. Chapter 1157. As an outsider, it's not appropriate for me to meddle in your family's affairs. Moreover, I don't even know you. Why would I meddle in your family's affairs? Compared to Yi Zhixiang's rude and arrogant attitude, Principal Chen was much more cultured. Since you've mistaken me for someone else, then there's no need to look for Yi Qian. Principal Chen, I'm ashamed of what you just said. All these years, I really haven't fulfilled my responsibility to take care of my granddaughter. I also didn't think that she would run away from home because of her aunt. The corners of old Madame Ye's eyes were red from all the rubbing. She no longer tried to explain why she didn't take good care of Yi Qian. Instead, she cried bitterly and said that it was all her fault. I'm already old and I don't care about that much. I just want to see my granddaughter. Principal Chow, I'm begging you. Let me see my granddaughter. Yes, I miss her so much. I haven't been home for a few years. Every time I called, her aunt would say that everything was fine at home. She told me not to worry. I believed her. I believed her. Who knew that she was just lying to me? My granddaughter ran away from home and even moved her own household register out of the Yi family. I've let down my eldest son and my daughter-in-law who sacrificed herself for me. Old Madame Yi, who no longer used her silk handkerchief to wipe her tears, threw herself onto the armrest of the wooden sofa and cried. As she cried, she didn't forget to give Yi Zhifan a look. If they didn't force Yi Qian to come over, they wouldn't let the whole school know about this today. Seeing this, Yi Zhifan sighed and slowly opened his mouth. Principal Chen, my mother has been living with my sister in the coastal area. What about Yi Qian? Ever since she left my house, my wife was afraid that my mother would be angry, so she kept it from my mother and said that Yi Qian was fine at home. As he spoke, he revealed a bitter smile. I'm also partly responsible. I thought that my mother wouldn't come back, so I wanted to keep it a secret for as long as I could. In addition, Yi Qian has the school to take care of her. I thought that since we can't control her at home, we might as well let the school take care of her. Old Madame Ye's fists landed on Yi Zhifan's shoulders, one punch after another. Her fists came fast and furious. Even Yi Zhifan did not have time to react before his shoulders were hit several times. You're her uncle. I handed her over to you to take care of, but you've forced my granddaughter to the point where she can't even see her grandmother. You're cutting a piece of flesh from my heart. Do you want me to be too ashamed to face your elder brother and sister-in-law after they pass away? Compared to Sun Dongqing's tantrum, old Madame Ye's tantrum was brilliant. She was so brilliant that Principal Chow almost believed her. Fortunately, before he opened his mouth, he glanced at Principal Chen beside him and stopped in time. He sat quietly in the office chair and waited for the old lady to finish her act. 40 minutes after the Chinese literature exam, the campus was still quiet. After handing in his paper, Yi Qian hurriedly walked out of the teaching block and headed towards the teacher's office building. Just now, the music teacher said that her grandmother had found Teacher Tong and asked her if she should go and have a look. Grandma? What kind of grandma did she have? One who never cared about her and was even cruel enough to say to her son-in-law, "It's inauspicious to kick her to death at home. Put her outside. It's snowing heavily outside. Once the snow covers her, everything will be over." Grandma? Did she need this kind of grandma? Yi Qian went to the teacher's office first. When he realized that there was no one there, he thought for a while and quickly walked towards Principal Chow's office. Teacher Tong was marking the papers, so old Madam Yi would not leave the school easily. The only place he could go was the principal's office. Chapter 1158. The principal's office was upstairs. Yi Qian took 2 steps at a time and stood at the door in less than 3 minutes. A voice came from inside. Yi Qian, who was about to knock on the door, paused. His beautiful face had a sharp look. Even his eyebrows were cold. "I want to see my good granddaughter. I haven't seen her in years. If I don't see her today, I won't leave the school. My granddaughter, Grandma is here to see you. Grandma is here to see you." She was crying and shouting. She was addicted to acting. Teacher Tong chased after Yi Qian from behind. When Yi Qian raised his hand to knock on the door, she grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. "Why are you here? Go back to the classroom for the exam. Leave the adults' matters to the adults. Don't worry about the children's matters." Seeing Teacher Tong and old Madam Ye's shameless crying, Yi Qian pursed his lips and said softly, "Teacher Tong, the person inside is indeed my grandma, but she can't be considered my grandma. My family's situation is a bit complicated. If I didn't come, I was afraid that Principal Chow and Uncle Chen wouldn't know the truth and would be blamed by old Madam Yi." She took down a key that was hanging together with the name tag. "Teacher Tong, can I trouble you to go home and get something very important for me?" She said softly what she needed to get. Teacher Tong's expression changed immediately. She said in shock, "Yi Qian, what do you want to do? Why do you want to get it? I don't understand your actions." The thing she needed to get was extremely important. Even as a teacher, she was shocked. "I don't know if it will be useful," but listened to her crying for no reason. She even mentioned my parents. She said that they didn't take good care of me and that she let them down. "Teacher Tong, they came today." The crying inside became louder. Old Madam Yi cried, "I couldn't even protect my eldest son's only child. I don't even have an account. I moved out to be someone else's daughter. I don't have the face to see anyone, and I don't have the face to see my eldest son who passed away so early. Today, they came here to take my household register. If my household register falls into the hands of a group of people who don't want to see me well, Teacher Tong." Before Yi Qian could finish speaking, Teacher Tong took the keys from her hand and said, "Okay, I'll ride the bicycle there. Bring it over as soon as possible. Your parents' spirits in the netherworld will definitely not watch you be harmed by a group of heartless relatives." After Teacher Tong left, Yi Qian knocked on the door with a cold look in his eyes and said in a clear voice, "Principal Chow, I'm Yi Qian." With Yi Qian's voice, the crying in the office stopped abruptly. Headmaster Chen's eyes darkened. "Who told Jian Yiling about this? She came here to distract her during the exam." Before Principal Chow could say, "Come in," old Madam Yi, who was still acting, stopped crying. She stood up and rushed to the door. As she opened the door, she called out, "My dear granddaughter, my darling." It seemed that she was so excited by Yi Qian's arrival that she was incoherent. When the door opened, Yi Qian saw a figure in a good mood rushing towards him. He leaned slightly to the side and avoided old Madam Ye's hug. He nimbly slipped into the office. Old Madame Yi almost fell to the ground when she missed. It took her a lot of effort to stabilize herself. When Yi Zhixiang saw Yi Qian coming in, her eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. Yi Qian, do you have any conscience? You little bastard, where did you study? If anything happens to my mother, I'll never let you off. Chapter 1159. She said, my mother, not your grandmother. Principal Chao's eyes flashed. He could tell from her words that their relationship wasn't just bad. Yi Qian's family didn't treat her as family. No wonder old Chen didn't say anything nice. She was ostracized by her family at such a young age. Fortunately, she met old Chen. Otherwise, her life would have been ruined. In her previous life, Yi Qian was controlled by Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying. She didn't meet Principal Chen, so her life was ruined. Principal Chao finally had an idea. He pretended to be scared and said to Yi Qian, hurry and help the old lady up. It doesn't matter if she's your grandmother or not. We have to respect the old and love the young. I'm sorry. I'm not used to interacting with people I'm not familiar with. Yi Qian readily apologized and said to Yi Zhixiang, it's because I'm educated that I know how to be polite. That's why I'm standing here today and didn't quarrel with Madame Yi. Hearing this, Yi Zhixiang didn't raise her hand to slap Yi Jian like she did in the hotel last time. Instead, she glared at Yi Jian and hurried over to support old Madame Yi, who was feeling a little dizzy. Mom, why are you sitting up? Don't you know that you have high blood pressure and can't get up? Her voice was neither loud nor soft. It was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. No matter how agitated you are, you have to take care of your body. Don't make me and my brother worry. Yi Zhifan, who was called out, said calmly, Mom, Yi Qian is here. Sit down and talk. She then looked at Yi Qian. You can refuse to acknowledge me as your uncle, but you can't refuse to acknowledge your grandmother. Your father is her son, and you are her granddaughter. There's no granddaughter in the world who doesn't acknowledge her. You're already in your 3rd year of high school. You can't be as ignorant as you were when you were in your 2nd year of junior high school. Also, you said that after studying, you know that people need to be polite. Since you know that, you should know that you can't make your grandmother sad. Principal Chen did not like what he heard. He looked at Yi Zhifan with a faint smile. Mr. Yi, you're wrong again. Compared to Yi Qian, who was taught by Uncle Jen and me, Yi Qian is more sensible and polite. No matter what, Yi Qian will always look at the big picture. Principal Chen, let's talk about Yi Qian now. Please don't mention my daughter again. Yi Zhifan's face turned cold as he said in a low voice, my daughter is not your student, nor is she a student of the province's #1 middle school. What right do you have to say that my daughter is not as good as Yi Qian? Then, may I ask, what right does Mr. Yi have to say that I'm rude? Yi Qian interrupted. I have no relationship with Mr. Yi. What right do you have to say that to me? Yi Zhifan, who choked on his words, bit his cheeks and began to put on weight. His handsome face was not as handsome as it was when he was young. Instead, it was covered with a thick layer of haze. After a while, he replied, you have a sharp tongue. He still had to consider his status in front of Principal Chao of the province's #1 middle school. After all, the province was holding an education conference, and principals of famous schools often interacted with high officials like the provincial governor. If one day he mentioned this to the provincial governor and made things difficult for him, he would inevitably be criticized. Old Madame Ye's cloudy eyes became even darker. Her legs seemed to tremble as she sat down. She stared at Yi Qian without blinking, as if she was looking at someone else through him. She looked like her, even more so than the last time she saw her. She looked exactly like her mother, who had passed away early. Her facial features were similar, but she was more delicate, more beautiful, and more charming. Chapter 1160. Her temperament was similar, but she was even more stubborn than her mother. Looking at this face, old Madame Yi recalled how Sun Xueqing didn't listen to her and didn't listen to her mother-in-law's teachings. The anger in old Madame Ye's heart wouldn't dissipate. Great, she hadn't disciplined anyone for many years. She didn't believe that she couldn't discipline an 18 or 19-year-old girl today. Jifan, it's fine, it's fine. As long as our little girl is happy, it's fine. Mom is old, it's nothing to be wronged. Old Madam Yi gently wiped her tears. She quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers and scriptures. She held it in her hand, ready to wipe her tears at any time. Her gaze fell on Yi Qian for a long time. When Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked over, old Madame Ye's eyes moved slightly. She stared meaningfully at Yi Qian again before calmly looking away. No matter how good she was only 18 or 19. She wanted to see how she could maintain her image as a good student in front of the principal. Teacher Tong knocked on the door with a black backpack. When she came in, the atmosphere in the office was at its worst. Yi Qian ignored old Madame Ye's words with his cold attitude. He even snorted disdainfully. Yi Jifan, on the other hand, saw a trace of interest. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Old Madame Ye's methods came one after another. She was much better than Sun Dongqing, who only knew how to make a scene. Who knows, maybe he could really get Yi Qian's household register today. As long as he got the household register, he could openly change her university aspirations as her guardian. She wouldn't even be able to attend a third-rate university. After witnessing Yi Qian's power at Caesar Hotel, Yi Zhixiang, who had some misgivings, chose to remain silent. She slanted her eyes and looked over with disdain, waiting to watch a good show. Yi Qian, who saw their expressions, curled his lips slightly. He stood obediently beside Principal Chen and said softly, "Uncle Chen, she's not my grandmother. I don't have a grandmother, an aunt, or an uncle. Don't be afraid, Uncle Chen knows. You shouldn't have come. You should focus on your exams." Principal Chen sighed and said to Principal Chao, "I'll leave with Yi Qian first. Please take care of them." Principal Chao nodded with a cold expression. "Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Take Yi Qian and leave. Girl, you'll forgive me. Me, for your parents. I'll kneel to you." Old Madame Yi was really cruel to herself. She had no choice. She had promised Yi Zhifan that she would either get Yi Qian's household register before the college entrance exam, or she would make a scene so that the whole school would point fingers at her and the wretched girl wouldn't be able to take the college entrance exam in peace. It was just a scene. After she finished speaking, she really knelt on the ground. Yi Zhifan quickly squatted down to help her up. "Mom, please don't make things difficult for us. If you kneel to your own granddaughter and beg for forgiveness, how will Yi Qian face the whole school in the future?" Yi Zhixiang obviously didn't expect her mother to be so cruel. She was stunned for a moment and said sharply, "Yi Qian, you bastard. You let your own grandmother kneel to you. Are you even human? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Her voice was so sharp and loud that it could be heard from across the office. Chapter 1161. Yi Zhifan also shouted, "Yi Qian, what's the point of studying so many books? You don't even know the basics of loyalty, filial piety, etiquette, and righteousness. No matter how much you study, no matter how good your grades are, it's useless. The provincial first high school has such a disloyal and unfilial student like you. It's a disgrace to the century-old school." Back then, didn't his daughter, Yi Ying, bring shame to the century-old school? Today, he wanted to see who was the one who brought shame to the century-old school. Yi Zhifan had never forgotten that Yi Ying had to transfer out of the provincial first high school because of the military training. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to shout. "Let me kneel, let me kneel. My granddaughter is angry. She has no one to complain about her grievances. As an uncle, you didn't protect her. As an aunt, you mistreated her. You can't even tolerate your sister's only bloodline. I was blind to believe you too. It's all my fault, all my fault." How could old Madame Yi really kneel? When Yi Zhifan stopped her, she took the opportunity to sit on the floor. She kept saying, "I'm wrong, and I'm guilty," causing the entire office to become restless. If you really want to kneel, I won't stop you. Amidst the commotion, Yi Qian's cold voice sounded. She walked over to old Madame Yi and opened the black backpack that Teacher Tong had brought in. When she took out the things inside, Yi Qian immediately screamed. She was so scared that she screamed. Yi Jifan's gaze fell on her. He didn't scream, but his scalp tensed up. She actually took out Yi Xinfan's photo and Sun Xueqing's photo. Old Madame Yi, you did wrong, my father. If you didn't force my father to go out and earn money, he wouldn't have died. If my mother didn't seek justice for my father, she wouldn't have sacrificed herself. You did wrong, my parents, and I really don't want to acknowledge you. Do you know why I don't want to acknowledge you? Yi Qian's voice was as cold as ice. He looked down at the three frightened men and said slowly, because my father is not your son. Grandpa Zhen called. He sighed and said, little girl, you don't have to worry about your grandmother coming here. Your father is not her son, and you are not her granddaughter. Grandpa is telling you now, so you should know what to do. Yi Qian wasn't surprised at all by the words, your father isn't her son. He only said, as expected. In her past life, she had suspected that her father was not old Madame Ye's biological son. Otherwise, why would he pick on her family? Just because my father isn't your biological son, you don't like him and pick on him everywhere. You clearly know that my father's health is not good. When he came back from outside, the hospital said that he needs to rest for half a year. But what did you say? You said that the family doesn't raise useless people. He has hands and feet, but he doesn't know how to earn money. What's the point of staying at home? You also said that if he doesn't go out to work, you might as well sell him and use this useless person to exchange for some money. With every word Yi Qian said, old Madame Ye's face paled. She didn't dare to look at Yi Xinfan in the photo. She didn't dare to look because she felt guilty. Because she was scared. How could it be? How could it be? How could this wretched girl know all this? How did she know? Who told her? Chapter 1162. Yi Zhixiang was even more scared than old Madame Yi, especially when Yi Qian approached her with the photo. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that she screamed, take it away, take it away. Yi Qian, you wretched girl, take that stupid photo away. Take it away. Her screams were heart-wrenching. It was obvious how scared she was. Madame Yi, what are you scared of? Weren't you so arrogant when you scolded my dad back then? Now that he's gone, there's only one photo left. What are you scared of? Yi Qian's face was expressionless. He was cold and said, Madame Yi, you're scared of the photo. What are you trying to say? Yi Zhixiang, who was dressed in red, was no longer as arrogant as she was at the school gate. With her hair disheveled, she didn't even dare to look at Yi Qian. Whatever Yi Qian said was automatically ignored by her. She only knew how to hide behind old Madame Yi. Principal Chen and Principal Chao were both surprised. They both looked at Teacher Tong. Teacher Tong had brought the black bag in and handed it to Yi Qian. How could Teacher Tong agree to Yi Qian's shocking actions? Don't look at me like that, I'm also. Sigh. As a teacher, how could she agree to it? However, this was a serious matter. If she could really protect Yi Jian from being threatened and hurt, she thought that Yi Jian's parents would be willing to use this method to protect their daughter in the underworld. She briefly explained how she met Yi Qian at the school gate and how she persuaded her to retrieve the photo of Yi Qian's parents. When she finished, Teacher Tong couldn't hide her heartache. She said softly, I'm also a parent. How can I watch my daughter's future be ruined by someone else? I agree. As a parent, I agree to Yi Qian's request. Principal Chen's mouth was dry. He said in a low voice, thank you, Teacher Tong. It was because of this teacher who treated Yi Qian like her own child that she believed in Yi Qian unconditionally. You're too polite. Protecting the students is also the responsibility of us teachers. Teacher Tong shook her head slightly and looked at the three people who were stunned by Yi Qian. She lowered her voice and said, do you need us to step in? No, let Yi Qian handle it. Principal Chen refused without hesitation. Jian Yiling wouldn't do something for no reason, and she wouldn't suddenly ask for a photo of her parents. Her expression looked cold, but there was a hint of sadness between her brows. It was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. There must be another reason for doing this. Before they figured it out, it was best for them not to make a move. The atmosphere in the office suddenly reached the peak of tension. It was like setting off a high-temperature explosive, making everyone's heartstrings tense. Yi Zhixiang's screams were still ringing in the air. A woman's voice was sharp to begin with, and now that she was screaming in fear, everyone's eardrums hurt. Originally, old Madame Yi wasn't afraid of the photos because Yi Qian had suddenly revealed her secret. However, with Yi Zhixiang's screams in her ears, she couldn't help but be affected. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, her gaze fell on one of the black and white photos. Old Madame Yi looked at the young man's face in the photo. As she looked, old Madame Yi couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. That damned girl was right. Yi Xinfan really wasn't her son. She had never thought of Yi Xinfan as her son. He was just a beggar who was brought back from the outside. If she hadn't brought him back in a moment of desperation to raise him as Yi Xinfan, he might have starved to death on the streets. She was already kind enough to bring him back and give him a meal. Chapter 1163. Old Madame Yi had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Her eldest son was Yi Zhifan, her second son was Yi Zhifan, and her youngest daughter was Yi Zhixiang. To this day, everyone in the village believed that her 2 sons and 1 daughter were old Madame Yi's biological children. No one had ever suspected that her 2 sons were not her biological children. Old Madame Yi had always thought that no one knew about this secret. She had brought Yi Xinfan back to the village from the city. Other than her own father, who knew that he was not her biological child, and a few of the older generation knew a little about it. As the older generation passed away one by one, the fact that Yi Xinfan was not her biological child was buried in the earth. No one ever brought it up again. Even if the older generation knew a little about it and suspected that Yi Xinfan was not her biological child, they would never have thought that the Yi Xinfan she brought back was not her uncle's son. The night she went to the city to pick up Yi Xinfan, because she was afraid that she would be implicated by her uncle, and because she was young at the time and thought that her sister-in-law was better than herself, she saw that the couple was in trouble. For some reason, she left the 4-year-old Yi Xinfan at an unknown bus station. After she was done, she hurriedly searched for him, but Yi Xinfan was nowhere to be found. At that point, she walked around the dilapidated street in fear and panic. When she saw a little beggar about the same size, she hardened her heart and carried the little beggar back to the village, afraid that she wouldn't be able to report back to her superiors. Those years were too turbulent. Even now, there were still many things that she could not explain or explain. As time passed, the truth of the matter was buried in the river of time. No one brought it up again. Old Madame Yi did not think about it anymore. She had even forgotten that she had done such a heartless thing when she was young. Now that Yi Qian had suddenly brought it up, how could old Madame Yi not be shocked? What shocked her even more was that she did not expect Yi Qian to remember everything she had said so clearly. Yi Qian's gaze was extremely clear and sharp. When he looked at her, he felt like there was nowhere to hide. No matter how pitiful old Madame Yi had pretended to be, he did not pity her at all. You've always disliked my parents and me. I didn't understand why you spoiled Yi Zhixiang so much before, but now I understand. My father isn't your son at all. I'm not your son, so of course I wouldn't feel bad for him. My dad was injured and needed to rest, but you scolded him one day and stabbed him the next. An honest man sat alone in his room until dawn, carrying a few clothes and coughing as he left home to earn money. The money I earned didn't go to my mother. You kept it all. Old Madame Yi, you sold my father's life for money. Tell me, why should I acknowledge you? Why should I recognize you? The last 2 sentences, why should I recognize you, were filled with hostility and sharpness. Yi Zhixiang screamed again in shock. Old Madame Yi was so shocked that she took 2 steps back without caring about her image. Yi Qian, who had been on the battlefield and killed people before, not only was there hostility between her brows, there was also a bloodthirsty coldness. Sometimes, she was not good at hiding her emotions. Even Teacher Tong would be shocked when she saw this. This time, looking at old Madame Ye's obviously vicious and disgusting face that was pretending to be kind, and recalling the past that she could never forget in her 2 lifetimes, the viciousness in her heart, the bloodthirstiness in her eyes, and the murderous aura in her voice were like the rising tide of the sea, rushing towards her face with a steaming momentum. Even the elderly old Madame Yi was so frightened that layers of cold sweat appeared on her back. Chapter 1164. In the yellowed black and white photo, Yi Xinfan had an unnatural smile on his face as he stared at old Madame Yi, who had retreated to the edge of the sofa. He seemed to be smiling, but at the same time, he seemed to be crying. Old Madame Yi was so shocked that she turned her head away, not daring to look at him. One of the photos Yi Qian took out was of her father, and the other was of her mother. When the 2 photos were placed side by side, no one would think that they were husband and wife. Yi Xinfan's features were plain and unadorned. There was no trace of him on Yi Qian. On the other hand, Sun Xueqing's features were beautiful. She wore a Type 71 military cap with a 5-pointed star in the middle. Her bright eyes and white teeth exuded the heroic spirit of a soldier. With the 2 photos in front of her, even though old Madame Yi looked away, her mind was still rapidly switching between the 2 people in the photos. One moment, it was Yi Xinfan, the next moment, it was Sun Xueqing. When her mind froze on Yi Xinfan's photo, old Madame Yi suddenly shivered. Her hands couldn't help but tremble. Old Madame Yi, so you know fear too. How could the changes on her face be hidden from Yi Qian? Seeing her facial muscles twitching slightly, Yi Qian's voice became even sharper. There's not a day that you don't think of my father as your son. There's not a day that you don't want to take advantage of my family. In the end, you drove my father to his death. Old Madame Yi, your retribution has long been waiting for you. And I will wait for you to receive your retribution. Retribution. That wretched girl said that she would receive her retribution. Old Madame Yi, who was looking away, heard this and her face instantly twisted. Her eyes were ferocious as she stared at Yi Qian, who was not afraid of her at all. Principal Chao saw the ferocity in her eyes. She no longer had the kind and amiable look from before. It was clearly a sharp and mean face. He almost believed her words. That was close, that was close. Luckily, Yi Qian came himself. Otherwise, even if old Chen was here, he might not have believed old Chen completely. Principal Chao, who was secretly wiping away his cold sweat, sighed softly. His eyes were filled with pity as he looked at the slender figure standing proudly in the middle of the office. It really wasn't easy for Yi Qian to get to where he was today. Principal Chao let out a long sigh in his heart. It wasn't easy at all. At this moment, old Madame Yi wished she could charge forward and give Yi Qian a few tight slaps. She actually cursed her own grandmother to suffer retribution. How could she have such guts? Who gave her the guts to go against her? Even Yi Xinfan and Sun Xueqing had never dared to curse her like this. It had to be said that Yi Qian had hit the nail on the head. Some people became calmer as they got older, while some people became more suspicious as they got older. Old Madame Yi, who had a strong desire for control, belonged to the latter. In his previous life, he had done so many evil deeds that he had never let go of his Buddhist beads when he was old. He was delusional to think that he had the protection of the Dharma and the protection of the Bodhisattva so that he could have peace of mind in his old age. That year at the Caesar Hotel, Yi Qian had noticed the shiny prayer beads in her hands when she met old Madame Yi for the first time. At that time, she wondered if wearing this string of prayer beads every day was a sign of repentance to her father. After thinking about it, she felt that she was overthinking things. With old Madame Ye's personality, how could she feel repentance towards a son she didn't like? In her previous life, she didn't have the ability to go against the Yi family. Even though she knew that her father had died in an accident because of old Madame Yi, she didn't have the ability to go back and seek justice. The things that she had always wanted to do in her previous life had become an obsession in this life. She couldn't forget it. One day, she would hold her parents' portraits and ask old Madame Yi if she felt any repentance. Reality proved that she was too naive. Chapter 1165. How could a person without a conscience feel repentance? What's more, the person she forced to death wasn't even her own son. Of course, old Madame Yi didn't feel any remorse, but she was truly frightened by Yi Qian. Retribution, she was most afraid of retribution. Old Madame Yi was so frightened that her heart was beating erratically. She grabbed Yi Jifan's arm tightly, hinting for him to break the stalemate. Yi Qian. You're too daring. Yi Jifan didn't show much fear. His elder brother and sister-in-law's early deaths had nothing to do with him. He calmly reprimanded, "Where did you hear that from? Your father is my elder brother, your grandmother's son. How can you say he's not my father?" As expected, he wasn't easy to deal with. With her move, the school leaders and teachers wouldn't easily step in. Yi Jifan, who was the calmest of the three, was vexed. He put on the airs of an elder and reprimanded her again. "Yi Qian, you casually took out your parents' portraits. Unfilial son is heartless, even more vicious than a scorpion." His scolding wasn't light. As an official, he didn't swear, but his words were 100 times worse than a swear word. Faced with the scolding, Yi Qian lightly sneered, "Unfilial son? Mr. Yi, you're talking about yourself. Since you're old Madame Ye's son, how could you allow her to live outside with her own daughter? And how could you allow your own wife to insult old Madame Yi in front of you? In the Yi family, I've heard a lot of those insults. Unfilial son is heartless, even more vicious than a scorpion. Mr. Yi, I'll return the favor." Yi Qian's reaction to arguments was exceptional. There were only words she didn't want to say, but nothing she couldn't say. In an instant, Yi Jifan's face turned ashen. He stared at his niece, who made him more and more confused. After a while, he coldly snorted and said to the pale-faced old Madame Yi, "Mom, let's go back first." Yi Jixiang didn't even dare to raise her head. She was afraid to see the viciousness in Yi Qian's eyes, as well as the murderous intent that terrified her. "Mom, let's go, let's go. That wretched girl is a lunatic, just like her mother. Let's go, let's go." Yi Qian's shock wasn't normal. It was so great that it was abnormal. Her words made Yi Qian's cold eyes sharpen. His gaze shot towards Yi Jixiang like an arrow. Yi Qian, who had no intention of letting them leave, saw her figure flash past. Her movements were so fast that it was a blur. In the blink of an eye, she had blocked their path. "Didn't you want to take away my household registration? Why are you leaving so soon?" Not only did she block them, but she also grabbed Yi Jixiang's wrist with lightning speed. Her gaze was bone-chilling. "Madame Yi, back then you and Sun Yaozu wanted to beat me to death. Now that you have money and power, why don't you dare?" Her grip was so strong that Yi Jixiang didn't even notice it. However, it was already too late. Yi Jixiang screamed in pain as her wrist was gripped so tightly that her bones hurt. "When did I say I was going to kill you? Let go of me. Let go? Didn't you come here to find trouble with me? I'm here, and I took the initiative to ask you to stay. Shouldn't you be happier?" As Yi Qian spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I still have over 40 days before the college entrance exam. I don't want to waste any more time with you." Chapter 1166. Yi Jian's voice seemed to penetrate every nook and cranny of the room. Her voice was laced with a bone-chilling coldness that spread to every corner of the room and pierced into Yi Jixiang's body like needles. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Those two colorless photos. No, she didn't want to see them. She didn't want to see them. "What does your college entrance exam have to do with me? Damn girl, let go of me." "Ah. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, let go." The more Yi Jixiang scolded her, the stronger Yi Jian's grip became. Yi Jian, who could carry a heavy weapon and run, had a lot of strength in her grip. With a little more force, Yi Jixiang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It hurt, it hurt too much. She felt like her bones were being crushed. Her screams made old Madame Ye's relaxed face twitch. She scolded, "How old are you? Why are you screaming? Shut up." Yi Zhixiang, who was in pain and flustered, couldn't shut up. She immediately retorted, "Damn girl, you're so strong that you're going to crush my bones." "Mom, pull her away." Listen, is this something an adult would say? A woman in her 30s or 40s can't even compare to a little girl. She can't keep her cool at all. Old Madame Ye's eyelids drooped. Her triangular eyes flashed fiercely. When she raised her head again, she looked at Yi Qian with tears in her eyes. "Child, don't scare your aunt. Quickly put away your parents' photos. Did you hear that? Damn girl, get away from me. What's so good about a pair of short-lived ghosts?" Yi Zhixiang didn't dare to look at them. She turned her head away and tried to pull her hand back. She didn't pull her hand back the first time. Yi Zhixiang screamed even louder. "Yi Qian, what are you trying to do? Murder, someone's trying to kill someone. Someone come quickly, someone come quickly." Her screams were extraordinarily loud and filled with incomprehensible horror. She seemed very afraid of seeing Yi Qian's parents' photos. Old Madame Yi was also very afraid. Not only was she afraid, but both mother and daughter looked flustered. Their eyes flickered to Yi Qian's face from time to time, as if they were searching for something. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Something was wrong, very wrong. Just now, he was angered by old Madame Ye's lack of remorse, so he didn't pay attention to their unusual reactions when she took out the photos. Yi Qian's eyes, and he recalled what happened that. Old Madame Ye's pupils constricted, and her facial expression stiffened. Then, her lips trembled slightly, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. As for her hands. That's right, as she clenched her fists, her unnatural expression hid a deep panic. What was she shocked about? What was she panicking about? Yi Zhixiang's expression was full of fear. She didn't dare to face it. But when she said, "Old Madame Yi, you did wrong to my father. If you didn't force my father to go out and earn money, he wouldn't have died." There was also a trace of relief in the mother and daughter's shocked expressions. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Why was there relief? When she said, "My father isn't your son," old Madame Ye's face turned pale. She was scared again. This time, there was even a trace of guilt. Fear, panic, relief, guilt. She could understand fear, panic, and guilt, but she couldn't explain why there was also relief. Chapter 1167. There's a problem, there must be a problem. Yi Qian pursed his lips and stared at Yi Zhixiang coldly. He stared at her until she bit her lower lip and straightened her body. Her head was twisted so much that her neck was about to be dislocated. Seeing her daughter so easily frightened, old Madame Yi pressed her daughter's shoulder. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have let her come. That wretched girl didn't seem to know anything. She shouldn't scare herself and let her find out more. "Zhixiang, you're her aunt. Don't be so alarmed. Little Jian isn't close to us. If you scream again, how can she be close to you in the future?" She hinted at Yi Zhixiang to calm down and stop screaming. "It's just your brother and sister-in-law. We're family. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you plan to go to the martyrs' cemetery tomorrow to pay your respects? Now that you've seen the photo, you should bow properly to show your remembrance." Yi Zhixiang wasn't willing, but old Madame Ye's fingers tightened around her shoulders. She knew that no matter how much she resisted, she had no choice but to lower her head. She bent, lowered her head, and bowed to the black and white photo. Even so, she never looked directly at it. Seeing this, Yi Qian didn't let go of her hand. Instead, he tightened his grip. Old Madame Yi clenched her teeth and sighed. "You're too extreme. If your parents were still alive, they would be so sad. Your father was diligent and your mother worked for the country and the people. Child, you should learn from your parents. Learn how they lowered their heads in front of her. Learn how to be honest. How could old Madame Yi say the words in her heart out loud? She could only harshly mutter them in her heart. Behind the tears, the pair of murky eyes that were filled with scheming were rolling with ominous clouds. This wretched girl was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. She had to stay calm. She hadn't panicked or messed up after so long. It was as if she had been waiting for her to come. Luckily, she only knew this one thing. Just now, she was really scared and thought that she knew something else. She glanced coldly at Yi Zhixiang. Seeing that she wasn't panicking anymore, old Madame Yi finally calmed down. Now that she knew that her father wasn't her biological son, and that her teacher was helping her, she couldn't do anything to her teacher. She had to think of another way. In the dark, old Madame Yi glanced at Yi Zhifan, who had a dark expression on his face. She saw him glance at the silent teacher Tong and then shake his head subtly. His meaning was obvious. His teacher was not going to help them convince Yi Qian. Looking at Yi Qian's stubborn behavior, old Madame Yi, who had been scheming in her heart, suddenly smiled. Those who are too hard will break easily, while those who are soft will never be defeated. Since the wretched girl had such a stubborn personality, he might as well let her break herself. There was no need to dirty his hands. Old Madame Yi raised her well-maintained but slightly withered hand and placed it on Yi Qian's wrist. She said softly, "So what if old man Zhen told you everything? Your father has been my son for more than 10 years. How can you say no just because you say no?" Earlier, she was still pretending to show off her familial love. Now, she suddenly revealed her poisonous tongue. Yi Qian, who was holding his parents' portrait, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't need to guess to know that this vicious old lady was scheming again. No matter what she was scheming, he would definitely make her return empty-handed today. She would come here with her head held high and leave the school with her tail between her legs. Chapter 1168. Your father is my son. I can do whatever I want with him. He's just a wild thing that came out of nowhere. What about your mother? So what if she has a fiery temper? At least I'm still alive. She's already dead and turned into a pile of bones. She had a fiery temper, right? Fine, I'll just say things that you don't like to hear. I want to see how a 19-year-old girl can keep her composure. Old Madame Yi purposely lowered her voice at the beginning, but as she slowly tightened her grip on Yi Qian's wrist, her voice gradually became louder and filled with the helplessness of an elderly person. Little Jian, you can't explain what happened over the past 10 years. Your father's surname is Yi, and so is your surname. Whether you admit it or not, everyone in the village knows that your father is my son and you are my granddaughter. No one can change this. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. You're still young and it's easy for you to trust the wrong people. At this point, old Madame Ye's gaze drifted to Principal Chen before she continued sadly, Grandma doesn't blame you for being insensible, and I don't blame you for not coming out to meet me. But child, no matter how far you go or how close you are to outsiders, your surname is still Yi. Her tone was filled with sorrow. In a few words, she had described Yi Qian as an unfilial son who didn't even acknowledge his ancestors. Headmaster Chen, who was insinuated as a bad guy, calmly raised his eyes. Seeing that Yi Jian did not show any signs of anger on her face, a faint smile appeared on his resolute face that had been through many hardships. Old Madame Yi was indeed someone. No wonder her daughter and son-in-law had to rely on her for so many years. She couldn't do anything to the teacher, so she came up with the idea of angering Yi Qian. It was true that they wanted to take away Yi Qian's household registration, but their ultimate goal was to ruin little Jian's future. On the eve of the college entrance exam, all the candidates were protected like pandas by the school and their parents, afraid that a slight distraction would affect the exam. Last year, the grandfather of a candidate from the provincial first high school passed away. In order not to affect the candidate's revision, the whole family kept it a secret and only brought the candidate to his grandfather's grave to kowtow after the exam. They didn't even dare to say that a relative had passed away, afraid that the candidate would fail the exam. On the other hand, old Madame Yi used the excuse of looking after her granddaughter. On the surface, she missed her granddaughter so much that she fell ill, but in reality, she had an ulterior motive. They only wanted to ruin Yi Qian's college entrance exam. If Principal Chen could see it, Principal Chao and Teacher Tong could see it even more clearly. If it wasn't for Yi Qian hinting at them with his eyes, Teacher Tong would have kicked old Madame Yi and her family out of school. But Yi Qian's eyes made them feel at ease. For some reason, she always had a charm that made people involuntarily believe in her. She didn't need to say anything, just a look was enough to make people's restlessness disappear. Hearing her voice, her expression was as cold as Yi Xianxuang's in the early winter morning. "Old madam, didn't you have a bad person in your family? Tell me, I've already met a bad guy who wants to kill me. Do you think I'll still trust a bad guy?" Her delicate lips slowly curved into a smile, and her beautiful face revealed a smile as beautiful as a blooming flower. It was beautiful, but not bright. It was filled with the darkness that remained after the petals bloomed. Even the experienced old Madame Yi couldn't help but feel her heart tighten. Why did Yi Zhixiang feel guilty? Why did old Madame Yi feel lucky? Yi Qian, who had been harboring deep questions in his heart, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Old madam, I was able to come out of the Yi family alive thanks to the help of good people. Please don't mention good people or bad people. I'm scared of myself."